Okay, Cole, would you like to call the roll, please?
Tim Andrews. Donna Ballin.
Here.
Gene Camargo.
Here.
Ray Chavez. Here. Alan Cockrell.
Here.
Will Conley.
Here.
Don Dietzman.
Here.
Art Young.
Here.
Blair Fitzsimmons. Vic Hildebrand. Kevin Yannick.
Here.
John Kite.
Here.
Russell Davis.
Here.
Lynn Lord.
Here.
Lee Whiting.
Here.
Dan Meyer.
Here.
Gary Middleton. Tom Mims.
Here.
Robert Quinte.
Here.
Juliana Pena. Steve Ramsey.
Here.
David Roberts.
Here.
Roll Ruiz.
Here.
Diane Savage.
Here.
Suzanne Scott.
Here.
Greg Siegelman.
Here.
Tom Taggart.
Here.
Diane Watson.
Here.
Bill West, or Jonathan Stinson for Bill West.
Here.
Adam Yablonsky.
Here.
Norman Boyd. Ron Fiesler.
Here.
Steve Ramos. Don McGee. Sorry. Marty Kelly.
Here.
Ron Ellis.
Here.
Charles Weidenfeld. Dan Hunter. Jim Foreman.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to our August meeting of the planning group. We are very honored today to have Director of the Water Development Board, Kathleen Jackson, with us today. Thank you so much for coming. Why don't you, she has some comments that she would like to share with us. And we're very honored to have you and look forward to hearing what you have to say this morning. Thank you.
Thanks so much for having me. Wow, this is like a super impressive group. I mean, what a wonderful group of leaders that have come together and, you know, all that we do across Texas, building the projects and making sure that our children and our children's children have the water they need. I mean, it's really a tribute to your work. 450 regional water planning groups across Texas, so it's really our strength. And I think what I've learned to kind of appreciate during the last couple of years that I've been in this position is that it's an adaptive and it's an ongoing process. So the fact that we can make changes to the state water plan as we move forward, and that we can use that kind of as the blueprint of moving forward to make sure that we have the projects we need. I think we're seeing, you know, a lot of success. We're making projects, a lot of progress across our state. And, you know, the question that I get probably asked the most, I mean, it seems like it doesn't matter, you know, whether it's a big group or in a big city or whether it's a small community, is Texas going to run out of water? And, of course, I'm really, you know, proud to be able to say, you know, resoundingly no, you know, because we have a thoughtful planning process in place. We're taking very deliberate action. We have great leadership. And we're Texans. We don't stop until the job is done. So our chairman, Beck Broom, sends his greetings, as well as Peter Lake, our newest board member. And they're, of course, you know, both actively traveling around Texas. And one of the things that Beck really wanted us to do was to go out to the regional water planning groups and share with you kind of like a statewide perspective of the regional water plan. So I know you're very engaged and you know the outcomes and the results of what's going on here in your local planning group. But he wanted to make sure that, you know, we shared the results of the 2017 plan and also talk with you a little bit about some of the things as we move forward as a board that we're going to do, hopefully, for continuous improvement in the process, and that's due to the feedback that we've received from the leadership of the regional water planning groups and also input that we've gotten from folks across Texas. So Ron is going to kind of help flip through the slides here, so if we could start with the first one. Just to kind of talk about, you know, the area that we're kind of encompassing across the state. You know, we have a number of groups. You might want to flip it one more time. 16 regional water planning areas, as well as 30 aquifers across the state. So this kind of, if you will, kind of makes up the population and the community that we're talking about when we're planning for Texas. So very diverse. Of course, what we know and the bottom-up process really helps to support this is that, you know, each part of Texas is different and unique. So a solution or a project that will work in San Antonio may be totally and completely different than what we need in West Texas or in East Texas and other parts of the state. But we actively want to be moving forward with all kinds of projects. And I guess from my personal perspective, it's not one big answer, it's a lot of little answers. Of course, you know, the planning process and the Water Development Board was really established after the drought of the 50s. And we pray for rain, but we plan for drought. So if we think about the two biggest things that we have to contend with in Texas is that, you know, that we know that the drought is coming. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. And of course, you know, the 2010-2014 was, you know, our most severe recent drought, with 2011 kind of punctuating the worst drought year in a single year. The other thing that, of course, we have to contend with in Texas, and it's really a good thing, is that people are moving to Texas every day. And of course, I tell folks it's anywhere from, you know, 1,000 to 1,200 people, and none of them are bringing any water with them. So we have to make sure that we've got good population projections, and this is particularly one area that we had received feedback from a number of interest groups, probably every regional water planning group, is that your projections are as good as the estimates that you start with, and also the projection tools that we're using. So the Water Development Board has contracted with a firm to help us go back and kind of look and see what the best practices are, particularly for ag, for manufacturing, and for steam and power, so that we can, you know, take a look at it. There's some things we can do to get better estimates to begin with, and also kind of look at that model for each one of those sectors to see how we are projecting in those areas. So the staff right now has received kind of the work efforts from this particular initiative. They're going to look at it and formulate the recommendations, and then those will be available, you know, for public comment, for people to get input. But I would encourage you, if you have thoughts and ideas, you know, come forward with that at any part of the process. But again, I think that's just an example of, you know, hearing back from folks on something that would be of value for them, for us to work towards in terms of continuous improvement. Looking at overall for Region L, right at 73% increase over the next 50 years in terms of population. So a big growth here. Also, if we just look at what the projected population growth is in terms of the Texas counties, of course, no surprise here, there are a number of counties in Region L that are in that dark shaded area, which is greater than a 200% increase. So not only do we have to plan for drought, we've got to make sure that we are planning for all of the growth of businesses and folks that are coming to Texas, which of course is so important because we know in the economic development arena, there's no standing still. I mean, you can't just, you know, continue to kind of hold what you've got with the resources we have. You have to continue to invest and kind of draw that investment because, as you know, we're competing in a global market, and we want people to know that Texas is a great place, not only to have your business but to raise your family. So lots of work effort going on in terms of making sure that we have infrastructure in place, not only for communities but also for agriculture, for manufacturing, as well as for, you know, any other opportunities that might be looking to come to Texas. So of course, the outcome of the regional water planning process is defining what is that need, if you will, what is that target? I mean, where are we today? Where do we need to be in terms of meeting our projected demand? And on a statewide basis, it's right at 17%. If we look at what it is for Region L, you know, you're greater than statewide, you've got to come up with a 34% increase. So that difference between what we're able to meet today with our existing supply and what the demand is, if you will, that's kind of the target that all the regional water planning groups have across the state. And then we take all of those demands, if you will, in the 16 regional water plans, and we put them into the state water plan. If we look at kind of like the annual water needs across the state, one of the things you'll mention here is, of course, the needed growth is right at 8.9 million acre feet. per year, and you can see kind of what the breakdown is between municipal and non-municipal. And of course, one of the things that you notice is that the municipal growth is increasing dramatically across the state. So if you just look at what the categories are, there's only kind of a slight reduction in irrigation, but in most of the other areas it's going up. But of course, municipal is the one that's rising and increasing sharply over the 50-year time frame. So the outcome, of course, of all of the water planning processes that are done for all the 16 regional water planning groups in coming together for the 2017 State Water Plan, which I personally believe, and I've heard our chairman say this as well as Peter, we think this is absolutely the best plan we've ever had. I'm not sure if maybe the incentive associated with the SWIFT and the work with Chairman Puente and others in getting that legislation through and people feeling like that there was a prize and there was a reason to kind of get in the state water plan that wasn't there before. But we've seen lots more interest and I think in terms of the strategies that we have in place and the involvement, it's the best state water plan that we've ever had. Just to kind of give you overall statewide by water resource, where will our future water come from in 2070? You can see that, you know, reuse and what we call demand management, which is conservation. Overall, that makes up about 45%. We'll still have a large amount of water coming from surface water, as well as you'll see, you know, seawater 1.4%. I mean, we've got some major facilities along the coast that are considering seawater desal and moving forward with those. I think you'll see that continue to be, as well as inland desal, as evidenced by the work that SAWS has done here with your new desal plan. I personally think that's the new horizon, getting that water to the surface that wasn't available before. So that just gives you kind of a feel of statewide, what does it look like in terms of what our water usage will be by source, and then by type, you can see, you know, kind of 13% will come from new reservoirs. Other surface water will be about 30%. Indirect reuse and other types of conservation, kind of breaking it down by type across the state. If we look at the top three strategies, and I thought you might be kind of interested in seeing how does Region L kind of stack up against what we're seeing statewide. Other surface water irrigation conservation on a statewide basis, those are the top two. And you know, we see the same thing if we look here in 2020 as well as 2070. And then you can see for Region L how your top three strategies kind of match up with some of the things that are going on statewide. So I think one of the most maybe remarkable things about this 2017 State Water Plan that's really going to help us to be successful, I think we all know that conservation is the most cost-effective new water supply that we can garner. It's been, I think, maybe over time a little bit of a challenge to kind of get people in that mindset that conservation is a water supply. And our other challenge has been, how do we identify capital cost associated with those water conservation projects so that we can get those projects into and be recommended strategies within the state water plan and move forward with SWIFT funding. So I think the great news is that it's the most frequently recommended strategy in the 2017 state water plan. So, you know, regional water planning groups across the state, you know, have really honed in on moving forward and implementing these type of projects. We've got over $4 billion in capital costs that have been identified. And then, of course, the strategies make up about 1/4 of all the supply strategies in the year 2070. So, again, I think that just demonstrates that, you know, we've recognized that that is, if you will, the lowest cost alternative in terms of a future water supply, and that people are really kind of picking up on this and using it and moving it forward. So, if we look at kind of some of the notable changes in strategies versus our last plan, you know, over 25% of all the strategies were conservation. We're seeing aquifer storage and recovery going up by 350%. I think this is an area moving forward that has great potential. We've had some great success with this. Again, SAWS is taking the lead, and aquifer is like, every new strategy that's out there. I mean, we look at Region L, and you're just kind of at the top of the list in terms of getting all those kind of things, and having a good diversity of supply, which in turn enhances reliability. And of course, we know that aquifer storage and recovery really is something that enables us to kind of fight the evaporative losses that are associated with surface water storage. So again, lots of potential there. And then of course, direct potable reuse, whether it's indirect reuse, which is what, Wichita Falls started out with their direct potable reuse project, and then moved to indirect potable reuse and using kind of like the environmental buffer for Lake Arrowhead. But I think you'll see more and more communities looking at reuse as kind of an integral part of their overall water strategies, and we've seen a number of those come forward in the state water plan. And they've been recommended 7 times as much as what we saw in the past. So I think some real progress moving forward overall in the state water plan in terms of new types of strategies and diversity of strategies, and certainly with conservation. So how many strategies and what's the cost of the plan? So over 5,500 strategies in the 2017 plan. Identified about 2,500 projects. So of course that was the whole idea, I think, behind SWIFT. It's certainly the whole idea behind all of the financing programs that the Water Development Board makes available, as well as our technical resources, is kind of to turn planning into projects. And so I often ask the question, how do we measure our success? And had conversations maybe with many of you about what were your thoughts and ideas about how we know that we're making a difference. And I heard from a number of folks that if some of these major projects start moving forward, which they did during that first round of SWIFT and they're continuing to do, then we'll feel like that we're making good strides on what our overall objective is. And then of course identified capital cost of right at $63 billion, so about $10 billion more than what was identified during the 2012 plan. Again, just to kind of give a recap on SWIFT, we just completed the second round of SWIFT financing. We've issued commitments totaling right at $4.6 billion, so we were at 3.9 over the first decade during the first round. We've added projects on top of that, a huge diversity of projects. During the first round, we had 20 project sponsors. And then right at $106 million worth of savings. So again, using the AAA bond rating that we have with the SWIFT fund, being able to make those funds available, not just to big cities, but also to small communities to move forward projects that are in the state water plan. So I think a real success that we're seeing with SWIFT, and continuing to manage that important fund, and we're very grateful to the legislature for their foresight in making that available and kind of promoting, if you will, the state water plan. The other thing that we kind of hoped would happen, and I think is very much the case, is as folks came in and they were interested in SWIFT because it was a new program, oftentimes when we sit down, particularly with small communities, and we look at what is the best financial deal for you, it may not be the SWIFT. It may be our Clean Water State Revolving Fund. So there have been many instances, the city of Anthony, particularly during the last round of SWIFT, when they came in, I mean, they applied for the SWIFT financing, but when we took a look at it, it was a better financial deal for them to go with one of our other loan programs. So I think we've seen that as well. I mean, not only have we seen great response with SWIFT, but we've seen, I think, enhanced activity in our other loan programs. And of course, our take as the Water Development Board is we want to see the projects moving forward. So if there are opportunities where the community is working with USDA, or they're working even with, if they're a small community and they feel comfortable working with their local bank, that's fine with us. We will help with technical assistance in any way that we can, and we'll also work with them if there's a way that we can participate with them in other types of financing. So again, turning planning into projects is our #1 objective. Just wanted to give you an idea, kind of looking at not only what has the SWIFT done recently in terms of financial assistance. So those are the areas where the SWIFT did loan financing for projects, both in 2015 and then multi-year, and gives you a feel for where we were across the state. And then also, if we look at 1957 to right at December of 2015, that gives you an idea of all the programs and all of the projects that we financed across the state. If you look at the last 10 years and the total number of projects that the Water Development Board has funded with all of our programs, over 50% of them have been in rural communities. This was something that Glenn Hager put in his report that he issued recently. He of course, got the information from the Water Development Board, but I put it in here because I think it shows, in terms of commitments and where we've been since 2013 when the new board came on board, the kind of impact that the SWIFT has had, but also, the activity that we've seen in some of the other programs. I will tell you that from my standpoint, I think we've got remaining tremendous potential in both of our state revolving funds. Oftentimes the monies that are, if you will, loan forgiveness or grant financing, those get out the door very easily, as you would anticipate. But we have, a huge amount of remaining capacity and a huge amount of projects that, engineering firms have worked with local communities and put together project proposals and put together planning documents. So, part of what I think that we as directors of the board and working with leadership in local communities want to do is ask the question, what about some of these projects? How can we get some of those moving forward? Because they're very much been demonstrated by these communities as something that's needed. Of course, kind of the hot news, and I don't know that it's new news, but it's something that we're really trying to let folks across the state know about, is that the state water plan now is out online. So what does this mean to you, whether you are a county or you're a small community or you're a big city? And that is that you can go find yourself in the plan. You can literally type in San Antonio, Texas, and what will come up is what are the needs for your particular area, for your particular county. So you can actually go out there and find yourself in the plan. You can also see what the recommended projects are. So this, I think, is very important information for community leadership, so they can go out and actually see what are those projects that we need to be considering, and if you will, kind of taking the bull by the horns and moving forward, because as we know, planning is a bottom-up process, but implementation is a bottom-up process. So we can have the money, we can have the technology, but it's up to those local communities and those leaders to get those projects moving. So this is going to be a great tool. All the information is out there, and any individual across the state, any member of the public, any local government can go in and, if you will, find yourself in the plan, and we're encouraging them to do that. And of course, the information is there because of the hard work that y'all have done. Just wanted to end with one note here, and it's more of an informational note, which probably everybody in the room, because you've been in this and you've been impacted by Flood Alley, and of course, our thoughts and prayers go out to those that were impacted in the recent flooding events. But what we were charged with as the Water Development Board from the governor's office was, to take a look at, and we actually received $6.8 million worth of funding to look at early warning systems for communities, as well as, how can the public, if you will, have the information they need to take responsibility for their own safety. And so our first thought was there's lots of information that is out there. There's stream gauge information and there's weather information. We'd like to have it all in one place where it's easy to get to and it's accessible to the individual as well as to emergency management. So you can now go to texasflood.org, and there's two parts of this website. One, you can go in and get real-time stream gauge information, and the second part of it is you can go in and get real-time information for weather conditions. Our stretch goal, if you will, is we're working right now with our IT folks, and what eventually we'd like to have is a way for you on your cell phone, if you go in and you sign up, and you can get, if you will, alerts for your particular community when either the stream gauge information changes or the weather information changes. So the other thing is that we put out a request for grants for communities across Texas. We got a tremendous response. The staff is in the process right now of scoring those, but again, how can local communities, it was a 50-50 match, present some of the projects that they have, and they can move forward with those, and we can support those projects as well. So we have a water conference coming up, and again, the whole focus here is to showcase the efforts of the Water Development Board. We are looking at putting in programs that we think will be beneficial to communities, to water planners, to people that want to know and maybe help them with moving forward and getting better familiar with the application process. and just kind of, if you will, showcasing the things that we have and the tools that the Water Development Board has available to help communities. The strength that I've seen is, yes, the money is important. It's important to have the financing that you need. But in my opinion, we're not going to be successful with that alone. We're going to have processes and procedures and technologies in place and ways that for communities, the whole process is doable. So reaching out to leadership within Texas Rural Water, reaching out to leadership within the local engineering community, and having them kind of as messengers and know that we're there to help and support them, and to, if you will, kind of help us find those communities who want to move forward and invest in their infrastructure and kind of realize those benefits moving forward. So I think it's an exciting time. I can't thank you enough for all the work that you do and you will continue to do. Please know that I and my other board members and our whole staff is a resource for you. We're not a regulatory agency, as you know. We exist to help in any way that we can. Any thoughts and ideas that you have, anything based on your experience that you would like to share with the board, I'm a big believer in continuous improvement, and we're traveling around not just to make presentations, but also to understand what are the real needs, of people who are like boots on the ground actually implementing these programs. So again, thank you for all your work. I'm happy to answer any questions now or later on after the program. So thanks for having me.
Do we have any questions? Yes, sir.
I have a question. Can you go to slide 9? And while he's doing that, thank you for coming to San Antonio. I know that you all have been charged to get out from Austin and really do a lot of outreach. And all 3 of the commissioners have come through San Antonio board members, so we really appreciate that. My question is, how does the Texas Water Development Board define demand management? That's a big, almost a third of the strategy.
Well, I mean, it's really conservation. Conservation EX drought management. Conservation being something that you do as a kind of like as a culture as part of your day-to-day activities, or you put in facilities to actively manage, or if you're moving forward with a project, you include it as part of your project activities. So I'm not 100% sure why we changed from conservation to demand management. Stinson was involved in that. He probably could tell you. but anyway,
I'm
it's
glad
basically
that you did that
conservation.
because at SAWS, obviously, we have a very big water conservation effort. But a lot of people, unfortunately, try to address a drought with conservation, and by then it's too late. So if you actually have done a lot of management before that, it really helps to address whatever, as you mentioned, you plan for a drought. And so the planning that goes into addressing a drought when it does come, when you have a very good demand management type of program, it really helps out a lot.
Well, and kind of what would fit into demand management, what you're seeing, the projects we're seeing coming forward are active metering systems, so that, again, the first step towards conservation is kind of knowing what you have to begin with so that you can set your goals to reduce them over time. But I'm kind of a big believer in, we're aware of conservation and we think about it in terms of our own personal activities and what we do as an individual. But, conservation also has to be something that we invest in, whether it is replacement of aging infrastructure. There's a huge opportunity there. And we saw a number of those projects come forward with the SWIFT, and I think that's particularly something that rural communities can do, because not only do they get the benefit of the water supply, but they also get the reliability and benefit. And then kind of like the third bucket is when we do new projects, I mean, even though they don't have the tag conservation on it, I mean, conservation should be an integral part of what is considered with those projects as we move forward. And I think we've got a number of communities in Texas that are looking at it, in those terms.
Yeah, so for us, it is that non-revenue water infrastructure upgrades, but also for retail entity pricing, how we price the water, the different tiers that we have. Now that helps manage the supply.
Right, exactly. Thank you. Thanks for that question.
Juliana.
Hi, Kathleen.
Hi.
All this is extremely interesting, and the projections for population for Texas is a bit, scary also. But is there a metric that the Water Development Board looks at to help see how each plan balances with its impact on the environment? And if not, is that something that can be considered? Because over time, I mean, this population, you know, as you're talking about water need, that would be an interesting thing to see. You know, I don't know what that metric would be, but you know, we all are, our bays and estuaries, all those things are impacted by water and the availability of that water. So I don't know if there's a metric or something that can also be looked at or measured to see how we're doing in that as this changes over time.
Well, and I guess I'll give you my own personal perspective.
Sure.
And just a little bit of kind of from my own background. I was really fortunate early on, you know, 30 years ago to work with Dr. Ruth Patrick, who's the mother of ecology. I don't know if you're familiar with her, but her thing was that by studying the smallest forms of life, which were diatoms, you could relate to the water quality and the health of the estuary. And kind of what my takeaway from her is that there's not really, and I think really you see today with what we're doing, maybe not 30 years ago, but there really shouldn't be a separation between economic development and what is benefiting the environment. The two need to go hand in hand. And what my sense is that we move forward with the projects that are identified in the state water plan. Meeting the needs of the environment are an integral part of what they're doing in putting those projects forward. The other thing that Texas, I think, did that was extremely helpful and really got us ahead of the game was the work that was done with environmental flows, putting together the science committee. So we asked that question up front. We brought in stakeholders. We did it on based on each bay and estuary across the state. So, you know, we've made a start. We're monitoring that. We're thinking about that as we move forward. So, you know, my personal thought would be that, you know, that is something that's kind of integral to our regional water planning process. I mean, in Texas, it's not just about development. It's about quality of life and how can, you know, and there's no moving forward with one unless you consider the other. So,
Diane?
Your slide about the demand of municipal opposed to everybody else was striking. And I do want to acknowledge both SAWS and the city of San Marcos, who have done very innovative water conservation work. And, you know, our region is known for that because of the cities here that have worked on that. But of course, there are many cities in Texas that have not gotten that far yet. And I just wanted to comment and acknowledge the Lone Star Sierra Club and the National Wildlife Federation for decades have been battering down people on this water conservation issue to try to get everybody on board and move along the ones who don't understand it yet. And they deserve a lot of thanks for that work. But I'm hoping
so I thought you were going to mention their scorecard.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you can go out on their website, and what they've done is they've gone out and they've got individual cities for Texas. So I'm from Beaumont, Texas. I can type in Beaumont, Texas, and the scorecard comes up, and it talks about specifically where they are today and what they're doing with water conservation and what their water usage is.
And that's on the Texas Living Waters website,
Yeah.
as well as Sierra Club.
Yeah.
But what I'm hoping is that this is going to change as people catch on to water conservation, because that demand there is tied a great deal to outdoor irrigation of lawns. And that isn't going to make sense in Texas in the future. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your comment.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Okay. Having to do with the issues about demand projection and so forth, she just pointed out about the municipal. How is it that we could get a better set of demand projections if we were to take into account the kinds of efficiencies, water efficiencies that are possible? It seems to me that so much of what we're looking at here in terms of population, you said, for example, that all those people coming in aren't bringing any water with them. But we could make ways by which they have to supply some of their own water once they get here. For example, if we had low-impact development requirements in our communities, which addresses what Diane was just saying about the idea about irrigation, and we could simply say, if you want to water your lawn, get yourself a rainwater tank, and whatever you get from your rainwater tank, you can use on your lawn. And I think it would go a long way toward accommodating more people with greater water efficiency if we had a lot of those low-impact development requirements in place for all the new buildings, not just the new buildings in the suburbs, but also think about all the new buildings of manufacturing and so forth, where we could be capturing water that we need to use.
So I think one of the things that the board has done to kind of support that is to showcase those projects that do exactly what you're talking about. So later this afternoon, I'm going to, actually, it's a residential part of San Antonio that did a rainwater harvesting program, and they received what we call our Raincatcher Award. So we try to recognize those residences, those businesses, the Lady Bird Wildlife Center, for example, Seahome Power Plant, downtown Austin, wanted to put up one of the big new high-rise buildings or condominiums. So they literally took the existing infrastructure from the old power plant, put some cisterns or vats underground to capture their rainwater. So they've got 75,000 square feet of surface of roof area that the rainwater is captured. It's taken and stored underground. They use it to irrigate the area around the buildings in the complex, and they save about 1 million gallons of water a year. So, and that was something that they did, and was driven twofold. I mean, it made economic sense for them, as well as it was something that they felt like would be attractive to the residents. So I think, and then one more example real quick, I mean, the city of McAllen, you talked about the planned communities. I mean, we just funded a project with them to where this is going to be, if you will, a new build community, and they're going to have 2 water systems. They're going to have a purple water, you're going to have a purple water meter, and then you're going to have your potable water meter. And so, and they're building this in their new build facility, again, in an effort to save water. So I think you're going to see, they're already happening, and I think you're going to see more and more. And as those happen, well then, those will help to meet, that rising demand. And then also, as we get more meters and we get more accountability and people see what they're using and they set their own targets, we'll see residential demand go down. This is the first state water plan. There's a water advisory council, a water conservation advisory council that has set 140 gallons per calendar day per individual as a target. And this was the first, but that may seem to be high, but anyway, this was the first year that those recommendations were actually made, and then hopefully over time that will continue to get less and less. So, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your time. This was very interesting. We really appreciate you taking time out of your very busy schedule to come be with us today. So thank you so much, and thank you so much for your commitment to Texas and your hard work on the board. Thank you so much. Okay, so we do have 3 citizens that have signed up under this first public comment, and I understand that 2 of them are coming up together. Maybe I have Karen Wheeler and Meredith McGuire. Are y'all coming up together? I'm sorry. So Mr. Jim, you're giving your time to Ms. McGuire? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I Cole's arranged to send to those people on the committee a set of URLs that will help you get into, see if I can get back into. Steve was trying to help me, and I wasn't able to pay attention fast enough. Okay, last quarter I spoke to the regional planning committee about Last quarter, I spoke to the Regional Planning Committee about what our region needs to learn from Melbourne, Australia. During their 13-year drought, they reduced demand dramatically, got down to below 40 gallons per person per day. And after the drought ended, the residents kept the demand down. I'm glad that today the committee will be hearing more about rainwater harvesting, which was one of the features of Melbourne's residential water supply. But it's also used in Melbourne in a number of larger scale projects. And so you need to keep in mind that we're talking about millions of gallons of water each year that Melbourne now has thanks to these alternative water supply figures. The links on the document that you've received, and I can send a copy of the document to the rest of you all if you'd like it. Okay, I'll just tell you the range of things here. But, okay, the links are on here about some of the ways, the many ways by which Melbourne is sustainably using and reusing water, all the water that falls in their city. Rainwater, storm water, gray water, and black water, which is what SAWS euphemistically calls recycled water. And by the way, SAWS is to be congratulated on its early adoption of that wonderful program to reuse water. Today I'd like to emphasize a different way of increasing our water supply, and that is the capture, treatment, and use of storm water. Storm water is water that has fallen as rain, but then once it hits the pavement and the earth, it rapidly turns into polluted water. And as we know here in San Antonio and many other communities in Texas, it rapidly becomes a real danger. It becomes a danger in terms of flooding. It becomes a danger in terms of contamination of the rivers and the creeks. It becomes a serious problem in a lot of places. The interesting thing that's happening in Melbourne also has serious problems with stormwater. They have less rainfall than we do. Their annual rainfall is about only 80% of what San Antonio's is, but they decided that they were going to start doing massive stormwater capture. And so they involved all of the different city agencies that have anything to do with the water that falls in their city. They refer to this as thinking of the city as a water catchment. And that's a really valuable thing. There is a link, I believe, if it isn't, I can get that link for you too, but I believe it's on this URL, a link to a video they've got about the city of Melbourne as a water catchment basin. And so the idea then is that they try as much as possible to capture the rainwater and to treat it and reuse it. And in capturing stormwater, Melbourne has emphasized creating a usable, fit-for-purpose supply of water that's less energy intensive in its production and distribution than other sources of water. City of Melbourne is aiming to be by 2025, I believe, maybe even 2020, they want to be net zero carbon use. They also are aiming to end up with a total water recycling program, and they've accomplished that in some of their buildings. But it's very important to them to have less energy used in production and in distribution. So the less you have to pump water, the less you have to use, well, for example, desalination is one of the things that they had as a backup, but it's a lot less energy consuming to have your capture of stormwater than it is to run a desal plant. And then the stormwater capture has also served other valuable purposes: flood control, prevention of contaminants reaching streams and ocean bays, and it has also been used for the creation of valuable biodiverse green spaces and irrigation of the city's tree canopy to reduce the heat island effect. This is, by the way, a picture of one of the natural wetlands that was created by stormwater capture. The stormwater is treated there, and then it is used. First of all, some of it is released back into the streams after it's been through the treatment in this wetlands. But at the same time, a lot of it is used. It's producing right now 42.3 million gallons a year that is used for the irrigation of the whole park, and especially the irrigation of all of the major playing fields that are on that park. So that's that much less water that the city's having to take from its main water sources. The idea is to replace all uses of potable water that could be replaced with fit-for-purpose water. And stormwater is the largest source of potential fit-for-purpose water. If I had the chance to show the videos, which unfortunately we found out that they're blocked from this, so I urge you all to go to these websites. These are totally gee whiz videos. One of the ones that I wanted you to see was the pictures of the Melbourne wholesale markets. It is a new building. It is a very large space. It is basically the market space for all of the fruits, vegetables, flowers. I can't remember even what else, but it's the wholesale market for all of that stuff. They have rainwater capture off of the roof. All the rainwater is captured and put into a huge underground cistern, and I'm talking about huge. This is a project that saves the city over 18 million gallons a year, and then there's also some other benefits from it. So the wholesale markets then recycles that water in the building, so it's used for flushing toilets, it's used for washing, it's used for irrigation of plants that are being sold in the thing, and it's used for irrigation around the building. Then after that, then they capture all of the storm water off of the parking lots. That is put into a constructed wetlands right on the property. And then the constructed wetlands filters it, and that water is then moved to there are 6 playing fields, parks, and schools that get irrigation water from the parking lot of this huge facility.
That's 6 minutes if you want to yield your time before you continue.
Now, I will just very quickly, can I use part of your time, just real quickly? I want, yeah, I know. Well, part of the problem is that she was counting on using a video too, but I hope that she can tie hers in together. It's really important, I think, for this group, and I'm talking especially to everybody involved in Texas water development, so I'm hoping that Ms. Walker is also interested in this. I think it's really important that we get consultants now who can help us envision this kind of water capture for our communities. I was just yesterday at a city council meeting where they're talking about how to deal with stormwater, and the fact that the issues about impervious surfaces in this community is tied in with stormwater, but that's turned into a whole separate agency. Why shouldn't we, like Melbourne, and look at our entire city as a water catchment and deal with the stormwater, both the protection from the flooding, but also to use it as a water source. And I highly recommend that the Texas Water Development Board bring in the people from the Pacific Institute that were part of the National Science Foundation funded a binational study of everything that was accomplished in Melbourne. And there are people at the Pacific Institute who were among the researchers who studied how we could benefit from these, and they are working with California right now. They would love to work with Texas, and we need to hear from them now before we commit any of this money to big projects that could be avoided if we did a lot more of this right in the community. So, thank you very much for your time.
I'm Karen Wheeler, and I'm here to talk about Tucson, Arizona. They receive about 12 inches of rainfall a year, so we got a lot on them in that. One man, his name is Brad Lancaster. Unfortunately, I can't show a video, but you can easily find it. I keep calling him Bert because I think that was a movie star. It's Brad Lancaster in Tucson, Arizona. And the video that I was going to show is called Free Water. I think that would be very easy to remember. He lives in an inner city neighborhood, very reminiscent of some of those I've seen in San Antonio, kind of like the one I live in, where he just watched all of this rainwater coming in these hordes down the street. And all he did was do a cut in the curb and then had all of the water go in there and then dug down so it was a little bit less than street level, and planted trees and fruit trees and different bushes, all native things in Arizona. Well, his neighborhood now, which is 6 blocks, collects, because the neighbors saw it and they joined in, because now they had tree-lined streets, they had less heat island effect. If they had the curb jut out, all of a sudden they were slowing down traffic. And of course they paid for no water to have this tree-lined area that they could walk in and pick lemons and limes or whatever was there. Their 6-block neighborhood collects 600,000 gallons of water a year. They did these curb cuts on the weekend because it was against the law. So they didn't want the city of Tucson seeing them do this. But then when people started driving around and seeing what had happened to this neighborhood, the city now endorses this plan under Green Streets Ordinance passed by Tucson City Council in 2013. It requires new street projects to capture the first half-inch of rain during a storm. So now they're actually putting curb cuts in new developments. This water is free. The energy cost of it is zero. It is the hydrologic cycle. It is gravity. You know, easy. One man started it, and the whole city of Tucson is doing it now. Thank you.
Thank y'all very much for your comments today. We really appreciate them. Okay. Next is the approval of the minutes from the May 5th, 2016 meeting. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Do I have a second? Is that Ray? Okay. I have a motion and a second for the approval of the minutes. Is there any discussion or comments on the minutes before we take action? All right, hearing none, may I have all those in favor of approving the minutes, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. All right, great, thanks. Minutes are approved. Next, we need to move into the election to fill the vacancies of the South Central Texas Regional Water Planning Group. And I will lead this discussion. First off, as you well know, we have been in a process of recruiting members for vacancies that were terminating this year. I sent out late yesterday an email to the planning groups as to the recommendations from the executive committee. You will see that there were many of our nominees that were uncontested. And then we had 3 areas that did have several applications for positions that were available. So what I would like to do, if it is okay with this board, is to take this sort of in kind of a couple of steps. If I could get a motion to appoint the uncontested representatives, which would include, and I will read for the record, Gary Middleton from the city of, this is under municipalities, I'm sorry, there were 3 positions. Gary Middleton for the city of Victoria, Tom Taggart for the city of San Marcos, and Robert Puente for San Antonio Water System. Under river authorities, Con Mims, Kevin Pattison with Guadalupe Blanco River Authority. Under Water Districts, Russell Labus with the Evergreen Underground Water Conservation District. Under Industries, Ray Chavez from San Antonio Manufacturers Association. And under Electric Generation Utilities, Kevin Yannick with the Coleto Creek Power. Those are the uncontested positions.
Make a motion to approve the listed candidates.
All right, do I have a
Second.
second? Sorry.
Second.
Second, okay. All those in favor of approving the uncontested applicants, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Okay, great. Second step is I would like to share with you the recommendations from the executive committee on 2 of the 3 contested nominations. And then explain to you on the third why we don't have a recommendation, because we have a little clerical issue we need to discuss with you today. So, we have 2 vacant positions under agriculture, and we had 3 recommendations or nominations that came forward in that category. And what we, as the executive committee, we interviewed the applicants, and our recommendation for agriculture was Adam Yablonsky. He's here, and he was sitting previously on the committee, and Weldon Riggs with the South Texas Independent Cattlemen's Association. Those were our 2 recommendations for agriculture. Under the environment, we had numerous candidates, all great candidates as well. We had 2 vacancies, and after the nominations and the interviews, the executive committee recommends Ileana Pena to return to the board, and then Charlie Flatten with the Hill Country Alliance. Those were our recommendations. I know that based on previous experience, sometimes these executive committee nominations may not go without some conversation. But we could deal with these 2 first, and then we could talk a little bit about the county issue that we have. Yes, ma'am.
Regarding these 2, Adam Yablonsky is not marked as an incumbent on here, but you did mention that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, he is. I apologize for that, yes.
I wanted to say that since we have these uncontested incumbents that we just approved, that it would make sense to me that we would treat an incumbent position separately from the new nominees. For instance, in the agriculture sector, Adam is the incumbent, and it makes sense to me that we deal with that position first and then deal with the one that is open. But I'm open to what other people think.
Well, again, I'm new at this, but the way that I understand the process had been is that if all the positions could be contested. I mean, they're open and all of the nominations. It was just the way that they came in. Those other positions that we just approved did not have anybody else in that. So when you do have a contested nomination, it's sort of incumbents and all the new ones are sort of on a level playing field. They all go back through the nomination process because everyone's up as though they're new at each of these cycles.
Well, my thought is that people did not intend to nominate somebody against an incumbent. So it's up to the pleasure of the board, but that is what I would think that you would be doing when you nominated somebody new, is you were nominating them for the open position.
Well, what are you suggesting then, instead of taking it as a slate for agriculture in this case, we would take one round to vote for Adam in this case, and then a second round to vote for Mr. Riggs or anybody else that would be put forward? Or do you want to take it as a slate?
That seems rational according to, my way of thinking.
Well, I would entertain a motion. Yes, sir.
No, I don't want to.
Okay.
A question.
Yes, sure.
We're using Adam as an example, and I don't know if she means to, if you mean to, Diane. So I'd rather talk about it generally without
Sure.
having to use particular individuals as an example. But generally, I think there are circumstances that just because you're an incumbent, there will be some issues where we don't want that incumbent on this board, for whatever reason. And so just because you're an incumbent, I don't think you should be able to just stay on here for that sole purpose.
Yes, and that's the purpose of the nomination process, is that every slot, as the terms expire, are up for a nomination. And in the case of the uncontested ones, we had slots and we had individuals that were put forth, and we didn't have that situation. But in the other ones we did, and everyone had to interview again. And that's been sort of the traditional way that we've always done it as the planning group, as I understand. If they've come back through the nomination process, yes, sir.
Well, just to see how the rest of the board feels, I guess I'll have to make a motion that we consider the incumbents first and see if anyone is nominated against that incumbent. And then after that election is done, that we go to the new nominees and see if any of them are nominated.
Can I have,
Just another question, is that procedure addressed in our bylaws at all?
no. We're just going based on practice that we've done in the past. We've taken a kind of back category. Again, Con, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I'm understanding that we've taken them by the categories and the positions that were available. Okay, so, I'm sorry.
Well, Suzanne, I just wanted to reiterate what you stated. The practice of the planning group in the past has been to consider each of these vacancies as a vacancy, and whether an incumbent gets renominated or whether it's a new person, again, as you said, they're on a level playing field. There's no deference given to an incumbent. And that is why we, historically, the planning group has just filled those positions together, if you will. But again, the planning group can change the practice.
Okay, so Diane has a motion on the floor. Does she have a second? If not, then we can move on. But is there a second to her nomination? I mean, her motion. Okay, I'm not hearing a second, so we'll move forward and entertain is there a motion to accept the executive committee's recommendation for the two agriculture positions to be filled with Adam Yablonsky and Weldon Riggs?
I so moved.
Second.
I'm sorry, so Robert moves, and who seconded, I'm sorry? Okay, Jean. Okay, we have a motion to accept the recommendation on agriculture. All those in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, great, thank you. So agriculture, Adam and Weldon Riggs. Now, moving on then to the environmental recommendation from the executive committee. The executive committee recommendation is Ileana Pena and Charlie Flatten. Any conversation or concerns about that recommendation? Or a motion,
I move
anything?
that they be elected.
I'm sorry?
I move that those two be elected.
Second.
Ray, seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, great, thank you. All right, so the executive committee recommendations in those two cases were approved. So the third situation that we have on counties is through this process, we have three nominations. Pat Calhoun, who's the county judge for Goliad County, Kurt Campbell, who is with Western Environmental and is also on the Cow Creek Groundwater Conservation District Board, he's a board member. And then Alan Cockrell, who's with the Shirt Seguin LGC, what's it called?
Local government.
Local Government Corporation, sorry, in the Cibolo Valley Local Government Corporation. They were all put forth their nominations. We interviewed them all, and then as we were going through the process of this, it was brought to my attention that in the notice, the public notice that we put out, it indicates that in the categories of counties, river authorities, municipalities, and water districts, these individuals must be nominated by the governing board or the chief executive office of an entity within the respective interest area. And then in and as we understand that, now Steve Robbie's gonna have to help me in the history here, but as we've understood that in the past, that meant that if you were going to be nominated in the county category, we've seen that they were nominated by the county commissioner's court or the county government. Is that correct? In the past?
Commissioner Court or county judge.
So in the case of these three nominations, Alan Cockrell did have a nomination from the, hold on a second, let me look this up. Alan Cockrell did have a nomination from the Commissioner's Court of Guadalupe County. Judge Calhoun was nominated by by Art Dolman and also by the Goliad County Groundwater District. And in the case of Mr. No. Pat Calhoun? I just have two
There was a support letter from Judge Jackson.
a support letter, but not a nomination, is that correct? Yes. Okay, well, again, this is the administrative quagmire that I'm in here. So, and then Kurt Campbell was nominated by the general manager of the Cow Creek Groundwater Conservation District. Now, all these have interrelations with county government, but they're not the county commissioner's court, other than in the case of Alan Cockrell. So it's an administrative issue that we felt like because of it, I needed to bring it up, we needed to discuss it. Our bylaws state that, hold on, let me get the bylaws in front of me. Hold on a second. The bylaws state that in order to be eligible for voting membership on the South Central Texas Regional Planning Group, a candidate must represent the interest for which a member is sought, being willing to participate in the regional water planning process and abide by these bylaws. And then the Texas Administrative Code states that the Regional Water Planning Group shall maintain at least one representative of each of the following interest categories as voting members, counties defined as the county governments for the 254 counties in Texas. So there's not a lot of guidance here. So, no, I'm just saying as far as, you know, there's not exactly convergence of direction is what I'm trying to say here. So we're trying to figure out what we want to do as a planning group. We can take these three candidates and understand that we believe it's met the intention of the public notice through the nominations that have been received, and then take an action on these candidates. Or we can clarify it, keep it open, the county position, and put it back out for, and then deal with it in November and allow each of these candidates to clarify their nominations through their respective county governments, officially through a nomination, and then anybody else that would like to come forward, we can close it off just to those three. So those are the two options that I felt were in front of us. Either deal with the three that we have and sort of understand that we all agree that that we can deal with them here, or open it up and clean it up administratively. So I'm just gonna have a conversation about it.
Suzanne, would you mind, the bylaws that you just read, would you say it to us in English?
Okay. How about I let Steve Robbie talk about it in English? I just read it word for word out of the bylaws.
But I think I know what the contradictory situation we are under, but I just want to see what it.
Well, Suzanne quoted section 3, which is conditions of membership. And essentially, it says a candidate must represent the interest for which a member is sought and be willing to abide by the bylaws and participate in the reform planning process. The next section, section 4, does give a little bit more information, and that is that the planning group shall post a public notice soliciting nominations, identifying the particular interest for which the nominations are sought, stating the conditions of membership, and delineating the method for submitting nominations. So within that guidance, that's where we, I guess, get the guidance or authority to specify, for particularly governmental entities, that the nomination needs to come from that governmental entity. But again, that's an interpretation of the bylaws and practice that the planning group has had. But it's not stated explicitly in that detail.
So the notice specifically states must be nominated by the governing board or chief executive officer of an entity within the respective interest group. And if you're taking that literally, for a county, it would be either a county manager of some sort or the county commissioner's court.
Of which only Alan has met them.
Yes. The other two are quasi-governmental entities that have appointments or elected people from the county, i.e. a Goliad Groundwater District and the Cow Creek Groundwater District. But they're not the governing board of the county. See,
But
it's a
the
little
nominee is,
I'm sorry.
the nominee is the governance of the county, is the county judge, right?
Is one piece of
Is
government.
one of these problems,
But
right?
the county, in the case of Pat Calhoun, he was nominated through another entity, not from specifically the commissioner's court, nor did he nominate himself. If he would have nominated himself, he would have probably satisfied the chief executive officer, because the county of Goliad does not have a manager.
Joel, so are you aware of
But he does meet the
if,
qualification as county government.
Oh, yeah, they all meet the qualification if they were nominated by, it's the question of who nominated them, not who they are.
are you aware of, was this just something that Judge Calhoun wasn't aware of, getting the nomination from his county? Or do you understand it to be that perhaps maybe the majority of the court would perhaps maybe not consider Judge Calhoun?
No, I mean, I don't think we
I've
did.
served in county government a long time, those situations occur.
If we would have,
Amen, I'll second that.
I suspect within the notice period, if we would have been, a little faster on the uptake on this administrative issue, we could have easily gone back to Mr. Calhoun and Mr. Caldwell and said, hey, by the way,
Right.
you've been nominated, the notice requires, if you're interested in this, you need to go back and get a nomination from the people that need this. We didn't do that. And so there's an administrative failure on our part, so I apologize for that, but I want to make sure that we're not getting, these positions are contentious already, and I want to make sure that we're all being above board and transparent in the decisions that we're making.
Well, Suzanne,
Go
one
Ray
way,
first, and then I'll.
Suzanne, to be fair and equitable to everybody, your option 2 is probably best, is to go ahead and go back to the 3 candidates, or nominees, and say, we saw an administrative error, we do need to have a nomination from the appropriate source, and let's continue on, and let's go put this off in November. I mean, we have a full schedule today, we can talk about this ad nauseum, and we just need to move on with it. I think it's fair to be able to go back and tell these folks, we're happy that you submitted your nomination, but administrative error, our part, sorry, let's do it this way. It would save us a lot of headaches.
Con, did you have something?
Well, I was gonna make a motion to put it off till November.
Okay. All right, so,
Send them back, they know this is gonna come back. somebody can sign it. So, all you've done is delayed it.
But we fixed the administrative glitch. It wouldn't be contested at that, I mean, we would have everyone on the same playing field, so to speak.
Not open to being contested later.
Yeah, well, I doubt you're gonna get any more. You're saying it would open it up for more.
I'm not-
It's hard to get in, but then you got it.
I'm not, all I'm saying is if we go back out, we have to go through the normal public notice process. Am I correct, Steve, Robbie?
Yeah.
We'd have to go back out? Yes, we would have to make it official. We'd have to go back out, do the notice, ask for solicitations. Hopefully these three candidates will still want to be considered, so that we don't have nobody coming back and say, forget that place.
It's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
It is the right.
Okay, all right, so I have a motion on the floor here, and we can have some more discussion, but we have a motion by Con to go back through the process and open it up, and we have a second. Second by Blair, I think Blair seconded it. So any discussion on the motion on the floor? Yes, sir.
Suzanne, I support that motion and I'm going to vote for it. And it is fair, it is unfair to the ones that did it correctly. Al?
I understand that. I completely understand that. But, you know, in all fairness to the other two, we probably didn't, they may not have been aware because both of them are new to the process. They probably didn't. We would have done the right thing. We could have at least alerted them and given them the opportunity. Then I could be sitting here saying, we told those individuals to go get that. They didn't do it or couldn't do it or couldn't perform in that way. Then we would have a more, it would be a more legitimate, and we didn't do that. So I'm sorry about that. So, I'm sorry. Did you have more comment, Diane?
Sorry.
All right, so all those in,
Just sorry, real quick. Is Pat Calhoun a currently sitting county judge?
yes,
Yes.
he's here, in the rear corner.
No.
If he would have nominated himself, it would have been an easy fix. We just,
So are the nominations
Messed
open?
up.
Are the nominations open right now?
no, the nominations are closed.
Well, he could have nominated himself right
That's not fair to the other Mr. Caldwell.
Let's get the vote.
So, anyway, all those in favor of the nomination on, the motion on the floor to repost and bring this back for action in November, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. All right, great. Thank you so much, and I apologize for the clerical error. We will get this right. No, you're still. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's have our new members back up on the, so if Mr. Riggs is here.
Suzanne, can I just say, I wanted to thank those that are not part of our, for their participation over the last 5 years, to Donna and others that are no longer with the board.
I was just gonna mention
Okay.
that. Thank you so much. Let's just gonna get our new members up, and then,
We're not letting her leave.
I know, well, I know.
Mr. Riggs.
Nobody will know.
Don't let her scoot on the
Don't forget.
Thank you, Eliana.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
So I do want to, thank you, Ileana, for bringing it up. I do want to officially, from the planning group, thank those members who are retiring from the board today. Thank you so much for your service, and we really appreciate your time. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, John. Thank you, Alan. And we really appreciate your service. Thank you so much. Okay, so Adam's here. Did Mr. Riggs, everyone, this is Weldon Riggs. Why don't you stand up so everyone can see you? Welcome. Welcome. Thank you. Juliana, of course, is here, and Charlie Flatten, I believe, is not here today.
He was not able to be here.
He's not here today.
Suzanne, he did ask me to sit in the event that he was.
Oh. You're already an alternate.
How could we miss her if she won't go away?
Okay. All right, so thank y'all, and again, we'll fix this going forward, and I apologize, Judge Calhoun, I apologize for the administrative problem here, and we'll get it right. And Mr. Caldwell, is he here? here. And then Alan, again, apologize for this, but we'll make it right and go forward for November. Okay. Next is the status on the Edwards Aquifer Habitat Conservation Plan. I don't believe Nathan is here, is he?
No.
But we just want to remind everybody about the tour. Cole, could you
Yeah, we're
please do
planning
that?
the HCP tour on, I think it's September 29th, is what it is right now. So, it should be on your calendars. If you don't have a calendar notice, just email me, I'll send it to you. But I think I've gotten everybody. So, if you have any questions about that, please.
Suzanne, I would also like to say that those of y'all who haven't yet read all the emails about the tour, it's going to be well worth your time. It'll be interesting, you'll have fun, it'll be worthwhile, it'll help you understand the San Marcos Springs. And the HCP.
And are we, Cole, are they we need to make sure that people RSVP to make sure we
Yes.
know how many people are going to be
Yes,
attending.
are going to be, but I think we have like, the boat rides, last lot boat rides reserved, so we didn't know how many people we need to accommodate. And also with lunch and transportation and stuff like that, so please RSVP.
Okay. All right, next is the status of the Guadalupe San Antonio missions and Aransas River Mission, Pocono, Aransas, and the San Antonio Bay and Basin Stakeholder Committee and expert science team. I will just give a quick update that we are going to have our next meeting in either September or October. There is a doodle poll that's out for members to respond back. We would like to get a general update on some of the scientific studies that have been funded through the Water Development Board that are underway in our Bay and Basin area. So if you haven't responded to the doodle poll and you are a member of the BVAS, please do so that we can set that meeting. All right, next is the Texas Water Development Board communications. Mr. Ron, tell us.
I just have a few things today. The Chapter 357 planning rule proposal was approved by the board on July 21st. That rule proposal will be published tomorrow, August 5th. And the publication will open the public comment period for that rule proposal. The comment period will close on September the 6th, which is the day after Labor Day. So the 31 days is actually that Sunday, but since there's a holiday there, it extends to the end of the next business day, so August 6th. No, September 6th, excuse me, is the end of the comment period. The board is hosting a regional financial assistance workshop in Region L. It's in Uvalde. On August 16th, it's at the Texas AgriLife Research and Extension Auditorium. There's a handout in the backup materials for this meeting that has some information about that financial assistance workshop. It'll cover the types of financing that's available through the board, and there'll be opportunities for one-on-one meetings with board staff to explore funding options that are available through the board. And so if you're interested in that, or if there are entities that you know of in the region that may benefit, please pass that information along. Since our last meeting, the board has named a new executive administrator. I think the last time we were here, there was a vacancy, but not yet an appointment. Jeff Walker is the new executive administrator of the Texas Water Development Board. Jeff's a long-time Water Development Board employee, and in his previous position, he was the Deputy Executive Administrator for Water Supply and Infrastructure. So some of you may have had interaction there with him in that role, because the planning portion, the planning program is under Water Supply and Infrastructure. As Director Jackson mentioned, the Water for Texas Conference is January 23rd through 25th. I'll only add that registration is now open for the conference. So there's a Water for Texas website. You can get there through the Texas Water Development Board website. And if you have any questions about that, please come see me about that. We'd like to point you in the direction that you information. In our work group meeting, there was a request to go over the population and demand projection schedule. So I'll briefly hit some of the upcoming highlights there. In December of this year, we will release the draft population and municipal water demand projections. Also in December, we'll release the draft livestock and mining water demand projections. And in June of 2017, we expect to release the draft irrigation, manufacturing, and electric power generation demand projections. So, and we expect that the deadline for adjustment requests will be January of 2018. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And we do have later on in our agenda number 10, agenda item number 10, to talk a little bit about the proposed rule changes. We're going to kind of have a briefing on that, and then we can discuss how we as a planning group would like to address those rule changes. So as far as the chair's report, I think I've said enough. I don't really have anything else to say today. So we'll move right on to the next item, which is discussion and appropriate action regarding the consultant's work schedule. Brian?
Commission. Hello everyone, thank you. So under consultant working schedule, a couple of items to discuss. First one, of course, is our schedule. Just a quick update on that. You should have a copy of that handed out. Just procedurally, this will continually get shorter over time as we move forward. I'll just keep chopping off at the beginning here as we get march on. As a reminder, we are currently only scoped and budgeted for task 2 items and task 10 items. That's task 2 has to do with population water demand projections. That's both population-based water demand projections and non-population water demand projections as well. We have some discussion on that later today with regards to water user groups. So we'll be discussing that in a bit. Actually, that's an agenda item. And then public participation and plan adoption, essentially coming to the meetings and making sure the plan gets put together. That's the other item we're scope budgeted for. Those are marked with a star on the schedule here. You can see from a timeline, I really didn't update this much, not a lot's changed so far. Probably the biggest news that's come since this last schedule update is that the Water on Board is going to start the process for the next round of funding sometime after the beginning of the year, first of the year. So that's good news for us. So we'll continue to get funding and more, once that comes as well, more scope items will open up and we'll be able to start doing some work on this as well. Down at the bottom, you see some information here, just where we have planning group meetings in the black lines here. We have, of course, the one today and then one in November. And in anticipation of other meetings, we typically do those February, May, August, November. Those are all marked as well. The funding is in here in green, and then we have hard deadlines as well per the contract with the Water on Board. Technical memos due September 2018. Our IPP, or our draft plan, will be due March 3rd of 2020, and our final plan will be due September 2nd of 2020. Are there any questions on schedule right now? Like I said, not a lot's changed since last. Yes, Mr. Singleton? I've got a question on the DFC revisions.
Yes.
This sort of anticipated the schedule you have down here. If we get our DFCs anywhere within that, is it going to be available for use in this next plan? I mean, is this going to cause a problem, or is this going to be okay? We're working on ours now.
I understand, and we have, again, as a reminder, we have 5 GMAs that we are covered in Region L. So there's 5 different
DFCs that we'll have to consider. Given this timeline here is a best guesstimate, just based on some conversations I've had with individuals in the planning area, when we might have things. I think that, if we have our DFCs, the DFCs finalized by the end of 2017, it should be okay. Moving into 2018, it's probably gonna get a little more, I'll put it as a maybe at that point. Certainly by the end of 2018, if we don't have it, we're probably gonna have to live with the existing ones we have today. So, but if the 5 GMAs can finalize their DFCs by the end of 2017, we should be okay. Yes.
So Brian, what you mean with this dark blue bar is that you hope they'll be done by January of 2017, but there's some uncertainty. Is that if there are objections or things filed to relook at them, or?
Yeah, so the GMA reps can probably speak better to this than I can, but what I understand is there was a hard date of, I believe, May 1st to have the draft numbers done, but going forward, there wasn't necessarily a hard date for the finalization of those numbers. And
May 1, 2016?
yeah, this passed already.
Yeah.
And of course, yes, as in the last cycle, there were some objections and there were some protests that occurred, and that had to be sorted out as well. So that, off my best memory, some of those were dealt with relatively quickly in less than a 6-month period. Some of them dragged on for over a year. So that's where the question mark of when things will actually be finalized. Mr. Singleman can probably talk more about that, or Mr. Coburn, Ms. Savage, perhaps. I don't know. Anybody wants to speak to your schedules?
I think you got it right. There's no schedule.
Yeah.
After that.
So there you go. You can see why I'm wishy-washy on this answer.
But everybody that I know of, all the GMAs, is moving forward. I know Tim and his group is ahead of us. So I think we're going to meet. I think we'll be able to meet these deadlines here. No problem.
Yeah, I think of the 5 that we are covering in region now, I think GMA 15 is probably the furthest along. All right, so, okay. Any other questions? That's great. So we have 2 items on this agenda. One has to do with the proposed water user groups for this planning cycle. I have a quick presentation to kind of give you a summary. So as promised from the Water and Board, they delivered to the regional planning group and thus to us consultants the list of proposed water user groups for this coming cycle. Just as a refresher, we're moving away from city-based water planning to utility-based water planning. And I'm going to summarize what Kevin Kluge presented to you last time in just a couple of slides here and a little bit of animation. There's two examples I have listed here. In the 2016 plans, you had situations like on the left here, example 1, where you have a city, and then outside the city, the city's utility also serves water. Municipal service, retail service, that's what we're also, in example 2, we had situations where you had a water supply corporation covering part of city, and in some cases the entire city as well. Under the 2016 rules, what would happen is that in example 1, we would have projections for the city, only the portion you see in green, and then separately, we had separate projections for the part in blue. Great example of this is the San Antonio area. We had projections for the city of San Antonio, and you had projections for SAWS, the utility for the city of San Antonio. And it was essentially, the SAWS was the SAWS outside the city limits. For example 2, we had situations like this in Seguin. You have the city of Seguin that has its own utility and serves part of the city, and you have Springs Hill Water Supply Corporation that serves areas outside the city, but as well as part of this area inside the city. This is not the scale, it's just an example. And so the way this worked in 2016 planning is, again, on the left you had the SAWS. You had SAWS essentially broken into 2 pieces, what they were serving in the city limits and what they were serving outside. And then example 2, all the city was whether it was in the city limits and served by the city or in the city limits and served by the Water Supply Corporation, it was all considered the city population water domain. And then the Water Supply Corporation's plan was only for the customers inside the city. In the 2021 plan, similar situations, but because we're now just looking at utilities and which customers each utility is actually serving, regardless of where city boundaries are, example 1 turns into this. You just have a plan for Sauls. Sauls as a whole. The entire city of San Antonio plus anything outside the city limits that Sauls does. In example 2, we plan for the Water Supply Corporation and whatever portion of the city serves as well. And so this makes life a little easier when we go to talk to these utilities and ask what your plan is. The first thing we always talk about is population water demand projections. We walk into Commissioner Jervis here office and tell her, oh, your population water demand projections is this. She's like, I serve a lot more people than that. And so we had to rectify that in the past. Now we won't have to. So what this does is it also changes the WUGs we're dealing with. A lot of them stay the same. But we do have some new water user groups, and we have some that were reassigned, is the best word to say. Not eliminated, but reassigned. Another change, too, is the Water Development Board lowered the threshold for what a water user group is. I think it used to be 250 acre-feet per year. Now it's 100 acre-feet per year. Is that right?
It was 280.
280 was all. But now it's down to 100. So we have an increased number of water user groups because of that as well. So for the 2021 plan, we have 109 public water user groups. These are public utilities. 16 I would consider new, ones that weren't in our plan last cycle, or they were, but maybe they were disguised as something else. We have 93 that stay the same. They were in the previous plan and they're still in this plan. And we have 27 that were reassigned. In addition to these 109 WUGs, this planning group has the opportunity to decide whether they want to plan for facilities in the area and if they want to plan for private utilities in the area. The board has given us 4 facilities for consideration. 3 are military institutions and 1's a university, and we'll get to those in a minute. And 5 private utilities for consideration. Although after staff work group, we did a little more digging, and there could be an additional 10 more that we might want to think about as well. And I can explain that here in a moment as well. Let's tackle the public stuff first. So 16 new water user groups here. I've listed them out. Some of these you may know, some of them you may not. Interestingly enough, in the previous planning cycle, GBRA was a wholesale water provider, but they were not a water user group. They are now considered water user because that threshold lowered from 280 down to 100. They do have a small retail, I think a couple retail areas. In aggregate, that adds up to over 100 acre feet a year. But you have others like the Hays County Water Control Improvement Districts. One I had to look up what the translation was, Loma Alta Chula Vista Water Supply. I was just interested in what that translated to. I believe it's high hills, high hills, beautiful views. So, or you want to speak Spanish better than I do? Victoria County Water Control Improvement District as well. So, is there any questions about these 16 new water user groups? Yes, Mr. Taggart.
I do have one question in relation to GBRA having a WUG. So the demand associated with the WUG status will be in relation to those retail service areas that they provide that are over 100 acre feet currently?
That's correct. It's yeah. I believe in aggregate they add up to over 100 acre feet per year of retail service. The challenge here is that we have not, outside of GBRA, we have not traditionally communicated with these folks, and we'll have to get contact information for all of them. But that's something we're certainly tasked to do, and we can do it. No other questions? We'll move on. The 27 that were reassigned, you can see here, a lot of this we kind of had a hold on already, handle on, because a lot of them were served by SALs already. Examples, Balcony Heights, Castle Hill, China Grove, these were all already SALs entities. And when we worked with SALs as a wholesale water provider, we discussed these with them. So in the previous plan, we actually covered them with Saul's Water. They were listed as a water user group, but their sole strategy was purchase from wholesale water provider Saul's, so that was done. But some others popped up here as well. One I'll mispronounce this, I'm sure. Uland? Sorry? Uland. I always mispronounce it. Uland is another example where we have a city, and the entire city was already supplied by County Line Water Supply Corporation, which not only serves the city, but everything around it too. So, and we had accounted for that previously as well. So anyway, there's one, in discussing with San Antonio Water System, there was one item here that the board did not have correctly portrayed. The Von Ormy now, they are actually served retail side by Saul's, not Atascosa Rural Water Supply Corporation. So we'll need to make that correction to the Waterville board when we get comments back to them. So, but otherwise, I think this was all good, pretty much a good idea here. Looking at the 4 facilities to consider. Texas State University. We actually planned for them on the side last cycle, and this has to do with discussion with San Marcos and Mr. Taggart. They do have their own Edwards wells. They have a couple other supplies. They do buy water kind of on a wholesale basis from San Marcos as well. But they are their own entity, so they could be considered a WUD. The way we handled last time is they were in the official database. They were just part of San Marcos. If you look at the plan in Chapter 5, we actually have San Marcos as a whole, and then we break it out as the City of San Marcos and Texas State University as 2 entities, sub-entities underneath San Marcos, and planned for them separately, and then added them back up at the end to meet the database requirements. So we've already started to do that as well. With regard to the utilities listed here, Fort St. Houston, Lackland Air Force Base, and Randolph Air Force Base, there's a note there about Joint Base San Antonio agreement and how Saul's is involved with all that. I'm not going to read all that, but you can read it. I have initiated contact with Texas State University. I've not heard back from them on whether they would like to be a WUG in this planning cycle. And I have had a phone conversation with someone at Joint Base San Antonio, Brian, I forget his last name. But he is doing his due diligence. He personally is interested in being part of the process, but of course he has superiors that he has to talk to. So he is doing his due diligence on his side to get back to me on whether they would like to be included in the plan or not. So this was at the request of the staff work group regarding the facilities and the private utilities that Black & Veatch reach out to these entities and discuss whether they are interested in being a WUG or not in the plan. So we've started that process. Any questions about these entities here?
Just a comment, and I think a few people know, the Fort Sam Houston, Lackland, and Randolph initially submitted permits under the Edwards permitting process, and then when it got to the administrative law judge level, they said, wait, we're glad we submitted these permits. I think they called it comedy, out of comedy, but we don't want to issue permits. So if they would provide, I'm sure they do already, the pumping data, maybe it's worthwhile to include them. Hope they see that.
That reminds me of something, thank you, Mr. Camargo. During the last planning cycle, we were required to plan for Lackland and Randolph, and we had reached out to them and not got a lot of response for them. And we ended up making a plan for them that really we got no input on. I'm hopeful this time with the communication we've already started that they would be interested in being the plan and that they will be more participatory. The conversation I had with them on Tuesday on the phone, I kind of explained the process and what information we would be looking for, and they seemed very open to it. So, again, of course, that's we're not the chain. We're waiting on a response, but that's where that stands right now. Yes, Ms. Watson?
Well, in very brief discussions at the HCP process, I gathered that it's a considerable amount of water that they are needing.
I think collectively, all the federal utility areas or federal installations in San Antonio, I want to say it's somewhere around 20,000 acre feet a year or something. That's off the top of my head, and that's from like 3 years ago. But I have to look back to see if that what it was. But it's pretty considerable. Yes.
Just one small point of clarification in relation to Texas State University. One of the issues associated with that is they do have their own separate public water supply ID number. They're recognized by TCEQ as a separate, utility.
That's right. Yeah. And that, yeah, we talked about that, I think, several years ago in a meeting, but as a refresher to everyone and those that are new, that's a good point. Thank you. So any questions on any of these facilities or any thoughts on whether we want to plan for them or not? Or should we just wait for their response?
Well, I don't see that we are the ones that get to make that decision. It's kind of like they get to make that decision. How can we say they're gonna be a WUG and then they won't give us any info?
We certainly could, but that makes life difficult. You're right. Ultimately, though, this planning group will comment back to the Water and Electric Board on this list.
Well, I would say that it makes sense for them to be a WUG, in particular the case that Mr. Taggart just said they are recognized as a separate entity. And I don't know, somebody from San Antonio needs to comment on the San Antonio entities.
Well, in working with, in talking to the Joint Base San Antonio, I've worked specifically with SAL's staff to make sure I'm getting the right contact there, and making sure that we understand their system and how they interrelate with SAL. So,
Brian?
yes.
As I recall, last cycle, we were criticized, or at least questioned, as to why we were not including some of these military bases in our plans. And it seems to me that if any of these groups are using water, they're having an impact on the resource, and we ought to have them in the plan in some way. Whether they provide information to us or if we just have to pull it out of the air, we ought to plug them into our plan so that we cover all bases.
Is it an issue of maybe they're not understanding, and maybe it might behoove us to maybe give them an invite, whoever that representative is, to come and hear, come to one of our meetings and see what we do?
And I mentioned it to the contact at Joint Base San Antonio.
We recently went, first of all, when you ask them about the water supply, they want to know why you're asking. Very understandably, they are reluctant to share a lot of information. So we understand that. But we did reach an agreement, reach an agreement with them to be essentially their redundant system. We do have information about that. They shared that with us. For example, Camp Bullis, which is supplied by the Trinity, they still need a backup situation because of the Trinity and drought situation. So all of the issues that we're talking about right now are issues that we talked with them already. I think this was all resolved with the agreement that we just reached with them, that got City Council approval, SAL's approval, and essentially the bottom line to it is that whatever needs that the military mission cannot meet because of the drought situation, we serve as their backup, as their redundant system. So whatever we have put forth within the plan is essentially taken care of. So I think
But you would still see them for their basic needs. There's still a water user group, so to speak, on their own. I mean, you have an agreement to back them up
Yes. For example, Lackland and Security Hill, they are our customer already. Fort Sam has their own wells, but they're completely surrounded by San Antonio, so we serve as a redundancy for them. So it's all taken care of, in other words.
And I think to Mr. Rim's point, if Texas State chooses not to be a WUG and Joint Base San Antonio just not as well, we still would try to work with San Marcos and San Antonio respectively to make sure we can, to the best of our ability, account for their water use and water needs. And essentially that's what we ended up doing last time.
So I guess are you saying that should we officially ask them and have them tell us yes or no? That way we know?
I think, and we'll get to the slide at the end, in terms of timing, the deadline to get comments back to the Water Board is September 30th. I think what I'm looking for today is continue to have these conversations and just some direction on if they say they want to be in a plan, let's make that recommendation to the Water Board. and we'll have the same discussion with private utilities, so we can discuss that now, or we can talk about it at the very end. But that's where this discussion is just to empower either Ms. Scott or at Black and Beach to go ahead and make that comment back to the Water Development Board by September 30th, which ones want to be in the plan and we agree with it, or whatever, or we just want to plan for all of them, whether they want to be in it or not. So, or we don't want to plan for any of them. That's another option.
I don't think we
It's
want
not a
to do
release.
that.
Yeah.
Um,
So, and we can talk about that at the very
Okay,
end. Let's go through
okay.
the private utilities as well. Before I go to the private utilities, I want to come back to this list right here. There were, in staff work group, there were two of these that popped out as kind of head scratchers. Canyon Lake Water Service Company is a private utility owned by San Jose Water out of California. They were a WUG last time, and now they're being reassigned to county other because they don't meet a certain threshold, and that didn't make sense. So we actually did a little digging on that, and I'll talk about it in a second. Water Services Inc. down here at the bottom, same thing. They were a WUG last time. They got absorbed by county, or recommended to be absorbed by county other as well. But they were a WUG last time, but they didn't meet the threshold. In doing some digging and looking at this, the two of them and another one named Monarch, they have several pockets of systems, and some of those systems would meet the threshold, some of them don't. But in aggregate, as a whole, Water Services Inc. and Canyon Lake Water Service Company certainly meet the threshold. And so, when I come to here, the Water Development Board talked about 5 private utilities for us to consider, those being the 5 listed there. We went ahead, at the request of the staff work group, reached out to the Water Development Board and said, can you just give us a list of all the independently owned utilities, private utilities, and investor-owned utilities, how you use, or privately owned utilities in Region L, so we can look at the data. And that's what I did, essentially. And in doing so, there's 10 others that popped up that we may want to consider as well. And that includes Canyon Lake, the Monarch Utility, as I mentioned, and Water Services Inc. Because, like I said, they have systems that are kind of separated in different pieces. But if you look at the entire grouping of all those systems, they certainly meet the threshold to be a WUG. Some others that were questioned too was Aqua Texas, which I believe has several utilities in the Wilson County area. They were another one that somebody brought up at staff work group. And so, combing through the list there were, of these 10, 7 of them that certainly in aggregate would meet the definition of a WUG. There were 3 others that were just below that 100 acre-foot level. They were between 90 and 99 acre-feet per year for water service, either in 2011 or 2014, and with it growing from 2011 to 2014. So, to me, that kind of made sense. We may want to start thinking about planning for them as well. In 2016 today, they may already be serving over 100 acre-feet. So I've listed them here as well. I don't know specifically which 3, but I could find that out if I need to. So again, we're in the same situation where we had 5 that the board recommended, and then 10 others based on looking at them in aggregate would also meet the threshold or be very close to the threshold. So in total, we have 15 here. Again, same situation with the facilities. I've started gathering contact information for these 15. Some of them we already have because we dealt with them last time, like Canyon Lake Water Service Company. Monarch Utilities, I have one of their systems is in Kyle, Plum Creek, and we have some contact information for Plum Creek, but not the other ones, or maybe not the people in charge. But we're in the process again of reaching out and talking to all these folks again at the request of the staff work group, and we're looking for a similar kind of recommendation on that as well. So, in summary, I guess what we need to do is develop a list of suggestions and/or corrections we need to make. We need to develop a list of facilities or private utilities that the planning group recommends for inclusion, and we need to submit that list to the Water Development Board by September 30th. What they're looking for, the reason for that is they would like to turn around and have a firm list of water user groups in each region so that they can start developing the water demand projections and get that to us, the population water demand projections to us. So it's important that we meet the September 30th deadline. This is a great time for discussion. Thank you.
Diane?
I think that Brian and his staff are to be commended for looking forward into what's going to be happening in the next few years and finding those extra ones that were close to the threshold. And it appears to me that we definitely want to submit this list to TWDB of both the 4 facilities to consider, plus the 5 private utilities, plus the 10. And I'll make a motion to that effect if that's what you need.
Do you want to caveat that is based on whether if they get back to us and say they want to be in?
Based on whether it is indeed within the threshold.
Okay.
Or that they want to.
Or that they want to be, yeah.
Oh, well, we can only submit ones that want to be?
No.
Well, I guess the concern that he's saying is that if we put them in as a user group and then they don't want to be, then we won't have information that's gonna be necessary to complete the plan. Is that the concern?
Yeah, that's the concern, is that we say, yes, we want to include all these, and then when it comes to getting information out of them and planning for them going forward, that we don't get
Okay,
response.
well, I'll move that we don't, you know.
What, do you have something?
I'd just like to just clarify something to make sure we're all on the same page. This new definition of a water user group that controls the 100-acre-foot threshold, it's part of the proposed rule change. It won't be a rule if and until it's adopted by our board, which would be at some point in the fall. So the 100-acre-foot threshold for each system of these privately owned utilities, that's something that is up for comment right now, or will be after tomorrow. And I know this is a separate agenda item, but that may be something y'all want to consider providing a comment on. Maybe there's some, maybe that should be aggregate, maybe, that's up for y'all to decide and to determine whether or not you want to comment and how you make a comment on that. But as the rule is currently proposed, the system would have to request to be a WUG, and the planning group would have to concur that they should be a WUG. So that's the proposal. It's only a proposal, and until it's adopted.
Okay, so then as far as the process here, if we're not gonna know this is a rule until it's adopted, which would be sometime in the fall, then this deadline of submitting to you by September 30th, is that a hard and fast deadline?
Well, as Brian pointed out, the deadline is there so that the board can meet the December 2016 population and demand projections goal that we had for you all. I understand the quandary that creates. What I would recommend is to recommend to the board or give feedback to us based on what you think it ought to be and consistent with any comments you may have on the rules. And there may be, if the rule stays as it is adopted as it is, we may have some things to iron out afterwards. But I would recommend to you all that you request what you want and what those systems want if they request to be, and that, we can iron out those kinks after the fact if necessary.
Okay, Roland, and then Jean, and then Tom.
Why don't we just include all of them as ones for the data collection process and analysis, and then punt the formal decision until the rules are made? I mean, the data is what's important, right, for analysis and workability and all that?
I think if we come back to the board by September 30th and say, we want this list of facilities and private utilities as WUGs, we're stuck with that going forward, period. Unless the proposed rule doesn't get adopted or is changed, that would do that.
Yeah, well, if the rule is adopted as it's proposed, just hypothetically, if it's adopted as it's proposed, and some of the WUGs that you request don't qualify under the rule, then I think that they would not claim.
I just had a question for Ross. Rob, are there any, what are the other regions doing? We can't be the only region with military.
This is I think this is the first planning group meeting that's happened since the rules were proposed. So this is a new issue for all of the planning groups. And actually, I'm not sure of anyone else who has the same military installation specifically.
Anybody know in the Colleen Fort Hood area?
Yeah.
Yeah, in Region G, but I'm not sure what.
Tom, do you have a question, comment?
What I was thinking of suggesting is perhaps we could, make this contingent upon designating them, contingent upon the Texas Water Development Board adopting that rule, with the 100-acre foot threshold. In the event that they modify that or don't pass it, then we would need to, that wouldn't be in place until such time as we take some independent action on it. I think that lets us, move forward, respect the September 30 deadline issue, because we don't have a meeting before that. But at the same time, I don't think that the group would want to be in a position of planning to a finer level of detail in terms of utility size and what the Water Development Board adopts in their rules. I could see that potentially at some point being problematic, so.
Well, the list will only get smaller, not larger. I don't think they're gonna go to a number that's smaller than 100.
I don't think so.
It's only gonna, if they go
Right.
to a larger number, then some of these people are gonna, some of these entities will drop off. So
Right,
this
but
is
if
at
we
least
passed
the
it-
larger, will be some sort of subset
Right.
of this group.
But if we passed it at 100 and they.
Yeah, and they
don't
may go
pass it,
higher.
Right, we don't want to be
Yeah.
planning to a level more fine than I think what the rules
Understand.
require. So, I mean, if possible, I could amend that motion to.
Okay, well, let me get it, Diane,
Yes.
hold on a second, because we never really put hers up for a second. I don't
That's
think,
correct.
did we? I don't think so.
No.
So.
So
with
I'll
this
withdraw my
conversa-
motion and let Mr. Taggart make that motion, since he wanted to amend it.
I'd move that we include, the list of facilities shown, both the original 4 plus the other 10, if they desire to be included, contingent upon, with the 100-acre foot threshold being passed in the proposed rule by Water Development Board.
Okay, can I get a second on that, and then I
I'll
have a
second
question or
that.
comment over here? Okay, so Diane seconded that motion. You said there was a comment over here?
Just Riesler had something to say, but he's not
Yeah,
saying.
well, I guess my question is, if Canyon Lake, WSC, for instance, or anybody else chooses not to be a WUD, their demands can still be rolled into county other or whatever, right?
Okay, so they'll be accounted for some way.
Yeah.
It's not like they go away. They're accounted for in a different way.
They're not eliminated.
They're not eliminated. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Everyone understand the motion? Any questions about the motion? All right, all those in favor of the motion that Tom made regarding submitting this list contingent on the rule, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
So one last agenda item on this. I don't have anything to show on the screen, but we handed out earlier today a list of projects that Black Beach and the team members are working on in the region, water-related projects. They're split out by the consultant. I know it's very small writing, I apologize for that. The process going forward is that this list will continually be updated in part of your packet, and just acknowledge the planning group, and if there's any questions about any particular project, you can come talk to us either at the end or call us individually at any point. For today, just for your knowledge, at least one representative from all 4 of the firms are here, so after the planning group meeting, if there's a particular project you want to know about, you can speak to one of the 4 of us, so.
Okay.
Thanks.
So as far as just the format of this report, I don't necessarily want to talk about any projects on it, but I would like to get feedback from the group. Does this meet the desire of the disclosure that we've asked the consultant to do? Is the information that you want here, and is this format acceptable? Okay, I'm seeing heads shaking, so I'm assuming at this point they're going to continue with this format. Okay?
I recommend landscape format.
Bigger typeface, okay, got it.
Will do.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to just do a time check real quick here. We got a lot on our agenda going forward, so it is 11:35. I would really like to make it to the next item before we break for lunch. It may mean that it goes slightly over noon. Would that be all right, that we could try to make it through item number 10 and then come back for the rainwater harvesting presentations after lunch? Is that all right?
Yes.
We've got a lot still to do. All right, so let's move on then with agenda item number 10, discussion of the proposed rules from the Water Development Board. All of you received information about this on your own and should have had hopefully the opportunity to go through it. Brian prepared kind of a summary that he's going to share with you here, and then we'll have to decide what we want to do relative to any action of this committee, given the deadline for comments will be in advance of our next meeting in November.
Yes, thank you. So, as Chairman Scott and Chairwoman Scott mentioned, you all received the entire packet of the rules changes. The Watermelon Board did a great job of summarizing that over about 15 pages, and there's another 30 pages or so of the actual scratched out rules and new edits in there. What I've tried to do is summarize and kind of just capture the main points of that, and maybe digging into one or two items a little deeper that you might want to think about. So that's what this presentation is about. In general, they have gone through and redefined or added some definitions or redefined several definitions in their rules and guidance. Most of the revisions appear to be in line with the current state of planning or where the Watermelon Board is moving with planning. A lot of it has to do with just clarifying terminology to make sure items like existing supplies and existing availability are clearly defined and they're not interchangeable. And then to better define and the other item this does is also the definitions of better define some of the requirements that are put upon us as a planning group. I wanted to note here that this planning group, during the first discussion of proposed rule changes, asked for a definition of reservoir. That did not make this draft rules changes. There's not a definition of a reservoir in there. We asked for it and they chose not to. So that's one of the main points. Notice requirements in there having to do with the change in legislature from House Bill 3357. It allows a political subdivision or district to post notice of its meetings on its website as an alternative to providing notice to the county clerk's offices. It's for political subdivisions that have services in 4 or more counties, which certainly Sarah does, so that's good for us. It saves the state money, essentially, is where this goes. Instead of having to mail out things to county clerk's offices and getting things posted that way, they can actually just post to their website about upcoming meetings and other notices. They also changed the definition of they changed the term to electronic media to better capture everything. Before it said, I think, electronic disc, and we all know that we have many ways of communicating electronically. Instead of just emails and electronic disc, we have flash drives, we have websites, we have the cloud, we have everything. So this general term just going forward would be a catch-all for anything electronic, not physical paper or anything. So those were good about notices. I think all these changes, the definitions and the notice requirements are good. I think they help us clarify what we need to do, better define exactly what they're talking about when they say things like existing supply or existing availability from a source. And it certainly makes life easier for San Antonio River Authority with these notice requirements. Before I move on, are there any questions on either of those two items? I know that you may want to discuss the definition of reservoir again. I don't know. Whether we should recommend that again.
Well, I brought it up, and
Right.
to my knowledge, I don't think there's a definition of reservoir anywhere in the state water code.
Yeah.
Which is odd.
So, anyway, so two particular items I think probably need a little more explanation. One of the new definitions, and it's just not in the definitions, but other parts of the rules, is they have this thing called a major water provider now. It does not take the place of a WUG. It does not take the place of a wholesale water provider. Essentially, we still have WUGs, and we still have wholesale water providers. What it does is gives the regional water planning groups more flexibility to decide which large water providers they want to report information for in the plans. And when I say in the plans, it also means in the database. What has happened though is the wholesale water provider becomes a little less stringent in terms of what has to be reported and the threshold to be one. And actually the threshold I think is eliminated. So we can still have wholesale water providers. There's not a threshold that defines what a wholesale water provider is necessarily anymore. And in terms of reporting information about how much water they have in projects and where that water is actually getting used all the way down to the end user in the database is lifted. We don't have to get to that specific detail anymore.
Is this just a little loosey-goosey? I'm not sure I'm following here. If you're removing requirements, reporting requirements, why are you requiring reporting?
The requirements for wholesale water provider, it's not like they're eliminating reporting requirements for them. They're just making it less stringent. And so, for example, in the last planning cycle, I think I got this right, if we had a wholesale water provider that sold to another entity, and that entity then sold water off to a third entity or a WUG or something, and that WUG was split between 2 counties and 2 basin planning areas, we had to talk about the water coming from the wholesale water provider, and this is all in the database, how much of that, a new strategy was going to each of those end user for the county basin splits. And that just gets very tedious because all we really know is that entity A is selling water to entity B on a wholesale basis. And we don't know how entity B is going to plan on using that water.
Okay, so you're saying that after A sells it to B, then there's nothing further is required?
On the what we have to report for entity A.
Okay.
Entity B still has to say, I have all this water, I'm selling this water, because they're a water user group.
Okay.
I have all this water now, but I have to say where that water is going to be used. So we still have that requirement.
Oh.
It's just that we have to duplicate that effort and say where water from entity A specifically is going.
Okay.
I think that's the way I understand it. Now, to confuse things more, that's just WUGs and wholesale water rights. To confuse things more, we have the option to define what a major water provider is, and in doing so, we may be required to do that process I just talked about, where a major water provider sells water to entity B, and not only does entity B have to say, we're going to use this water in this county and this basin, but back at the major water provider level, we have to say this water, because it's sold to that entity, is going to get used in this county and this basin. I know, it's confusing. But
Can I go back to the wholesale water provider change in terms of the threshold and reporting requirements? I guess the thing that occurs to me that I'm not quite clear on, in relation to not defining, where water may be used. I appreciate your example in relation to a wholesale provider selling to a retail provider that sells to someone else then, and how confusing that could get. But if we just look at the relationship between wholesale providers and retail providers, and in evaluating projects where we have cost information for delivery to a given place, and in relation to which we use in a lot of ways. We use it in our planning comparisons. We use it in our SWIFT rankings potentially, or at least that's a factor that gets considered as cost of various projects. That's an item that I think we will potentially lose if the water doesn't have to be shown as delivered anywhere. How do you accurately predict the cost of that project then for comparison to anything else? And I guess in relation to the issues we've had in the past when we discussed potentially double serving populations, and that being something that I think we had Water Development Board direction that indicated that the WUGs would be the basis basically for determining, how supplies were to be delivered for the most part. I'm not entirely sure if that's completely undefined and there aren't reporting requirements about that, how we're ever going to bring clarity to those issues or use any kind of comparative basis then with wholesale providers versus how we look at our retail providers.
So the requirements are still there for the WUGs in terms of that cost element and getting the water. And I think when we're looking at wholesale water provider projects, the requirement is still to get that water to the WUGs themselves. But what we're not doing is that if the wholesale water provider is developing a project to sell water to 3 different WUGs, the cost associated with that project, the cost that realistically the wholesale water provider would go to the state and ask for is the funding to get that water, develop that water from firm supply, and deliver it to those 3 WUGs. The WUGs requirement then is their integration of that water and how they would get that out to their individual customers. And then realistically, they would go into the board funding potentially to move that water from where they pick it up from the wholesale water provider and get it to their customers or their service areas. Does that make sense? So it's not that it's lost, it's that we're not double reporting potentially, or we're splitting it more appropriately of who would actually come to the water on board for that funding.
That makes sense to me, but what I don't understand is in relation to your earlier statement that in the reporting requirement as to where a given wholesale provider's project waters would be delivered. I thought that I heard you indicate that there wouldn't have to be a definition of that.
No, we still have to get it to who they're selling the water to.
I
It's just not-
understand.
but-
It's about the reporting requirement, what's in the plan, in terms of
Brian.
where that final point is.
I just want to make sure we're not, this is just giving flexibility to the regional water planning groups to make this decision later. Right.
This is all about the draft rules and how we want to comment on those.
Right,
that we
no,
can
but what
have
I'm saying
flexibility
is
later.
this particular rule, if there is a definition of a major water provider in the rules, we still have decisions that we can make here as to whether we want to change anything or not.
Yeah.
We don't have to do this.
And if we would like to keep the status quo, we could say, yes, we like the major water provider, and then everybody that was a wholesale water provider before is now a major water provider, and we just move forward and we report everything just like we were.
Right, but what
But we
I'm,
have
the
the
point I'm trying
flexibility
to
to
get
not
to
do
here is what are we really talking about today? The today decision is, this is not a mandate, this is a flexibility that we can have later if the rule passes. We don't need to decide it today, correct?
Okay, so as far as being a mandate, as part of the description of the planning area, you will identify major water providers. That is in the rule change, is a new thing that you identify as major water providers. Now, you can continue, you could identify your wholesale water providers as your major water providers and do everything exactly the same way you did before.
Right.
As far as the reporting requirements are all still there. Some of them change from wholesale water provider to major water provider, which gives the planning group the flexibility to identify groups other than major water providers, to identify really large WUGs who are not wholesalers to report on if they want to not report on some wholesale water providers that are not really significant within their region. So, somebody asked me at the work group, what problem is this trying to solve?
Right.
It's not trying to solve a Region L problem. It's trying to solve problems that occur in other regions around the state. There are wholesale water providers that don't make any sense. They don't actually provide any water. There are wholesale water, and there are WUGs who are significant, and that this reporting would make sense to do this reporting on, but it's not done because it's only done in wholesalers. So I think it's important to know that y'all will have the flexibility to continue to work the way you have in the
Almost done
past.
before.
But you will have to name major water providers as part, well, that's in the rule proposal. Feel free to comment on that.
And that's what, yeah, that's what this is. This is about how the rules are being presented. In the end, it seems, it's confusing. The flexibility is there. Overall, it may be a little challenging for us, but I think it gives us, the planning group, the opportunity to, like Mr. Ellis said, we can operate just like we were before. Nomenclature changes a little bit, or we can operate a completely different way, or we can operate some hybrid of both.
Right. Okay.
And Mr. Ellis mentioned one thing, the major water providers can be either wholesale water providers or WUGs. We can have that flexibility too.
Okay,
So, anyway,
we can move to the next one.
moving forward. So the other kind of big discussion item here that I think you all would be interested in, and I wanted to provide more information to, were MAG peaking factors. For those of you that were around last planning cycle, you know we had a large discussion about MAGs and this cap that was put there, and how, in the real world, groundwater conservation districts are managing to the DFC, the drawdowns over time. In the planning world, though, we need to translate that kind of drawdown over time to a fixed number, a MAG, modeled available groundwater. Almost, it became akin to a firm yield of a reservoir, essentially, even though it's not. That's the way in planning we started dealing with it. And we had issues because of that. As you recall, we had issues in Gonzales County, we had issues in Wilson and Atascosa and others, Demet County, because that was a hard, flat line. Whether it was a dry year, wet year, average year, whatever, we had a cap of X number of acre feet, and we couldn't violate that in any given situation. What the board has done is they've now, or they haven't yet, they're proposing to allow a peaking factor to be used on that MAG number. So, and we talked about this earlier, Mr. Singleman, currently all the GMAs are going through this process and determining their new DFCs. Those DFCs, again, can be translated to a new model available groundwater, MAG. Instead of just having that as a cap, we, as a planning group, can now ask for a peaking factor above that. And the theory here is that in drought years, pumpage, availability from aquifer, or pumpage from aquifer may be larger than that MAG number, but in wet years, it would be less than that. So that the long-term average ends up being the MAG. The long-term pumping over time ends up being the MAG. Because those of you that operate wells and whatnot, you understand that there's gonna be years in which you pump a lot in dry times, especially ag folks. In wet years, if you've got plenty of rainfall on your crops, you're not gonna probably pump anything at all. So, and not at all, but significantly less. So, but over time, you hope, and we hope, that somehow centers around the MAG. This MAG peaking factor will allow us to do this. Couple important points on what the peaking factor, it must be greater than or equal to 100. I think that's in place so that planning groups can't further limit the MAG within this planning. Someone can't come and say, well, the MAG's 10,000 acre feet. We want a peaking factor of 90%, so we're only pumping 9,000 acre feet a year. So that's in there. But also, we can certainly leave it at 100% too. What's interesting too is the proposed board rules ask that there be concurrence with the GCD, the Groundwater Conservation District there, so that we can't just willy-nilly pick up a number and run with it. We need to get coordination with the Groundwater Conservation District and have some realistic background information on what that peaking factor might be. Yes, Ms. Savage?
This says must have written concurrence from the GCD. What if we don't get written concurrence from the GED? What does that mean? You can't do it? You can do it?
I would assume that means, and again, these are rules are proposed, I would assume that means that our peaking factor is set at 100%. We couldn't go above it. Yes, Mr. Dunn.
When you start talking about wet years with less pumping, that you sort of rolling over then as available into dry years. When the MAG is determined by the model, if you're using average recharge as the basis for that model, that already looks at peak, dry and wet years. In other words, it's averaging that. So I don't see, to me, this is a double dip, in a sense, that you're looking at wet and dry years when the model has already done that. If you're using average recharge.
Over time, yeah. And that's certainly a point for discussion. I personally probably can't get into that because I don't do a lot of groundwater modeling. I do have Andy Donnelly here if we want to get in that discussion, but today's discussion is more about the flexibility this offers us in the proposed rule changes. Again, just because the rule if the rule gets passed and that's what the board takes our input and says we're going to do this, we're still, as a planning group, later down the road can decide we don't want to implement the peaking factor. We just want to stick with what the MAG is.
But we
And
also,
and just looking forward, I imagine we may have to set up a work group to discuss this. But that's just, yeah.
but we also have the option of saying we don't agree with this rule change.
Yeah, we absolutely do, yeah. If we want to say that as a region, we don't want to have this flexibility, and we don't think anyone in the state should have this flexibility, certainly this planning group can comment, we don't like this rule at all.
Well, I would like to comment that I don't know every groundwater management area's problems, but I know in the one that I live in that we have situations, we have two major rivers or creeks that completely disappear at times underground because the entire contents go into the ground. And they are fed by springs from different aquifers that if we were to allow greater pumping from that aquifer in a drought year, that we would then have less water coming down and going into the ground into another aquifer, or serving another area with surface water that would then not have as much surface water because the original aquifer had been pumped down extremely low during a drought year. So we're talking about interconnectivity of the groundwater and the surface water and several different aquifers. When you talk about flexibility, that's a nice word, and it seems like something everybody would really want. But what this is going to do, in some cases, is mean that springs will not flow that would have flowed through drought. And we have to be sure that we're all okay with that. I'm not okay with that, and I think this is a dangerous step to take.
Can you explain real quickly the peaking factor? You know, if you had a peaking factor of, say, 150%, does that result in less pumping or more pumping? I'm confused with Diane's point.
So if we allowed a peaking factor of 150%, that means that if the MAG was set at 10,000 acre feet in drought years, which we do drought planning here, we would actually allow up to 15,000 acre feet from that aquifer.
For planning purposes.
For planning purposes. But we would recognize that in wet years, which we don't plan for, that pumping may be significantly less than 10,000 acre feet a year. Yeah. And to Ms. Wasnick's point, when you're talking about the Trinity, Edwards Trinity, I think that this is a very real concern. And I think if you talk about the Edwards specifically, I'm not sure you would ever get a letter out of the EAA for concurrence, so I don't think that's an issue.
Yeah, some of these
When you start talking about,
never gonna go for this.
when you start talking about the Carrizo or the Gulf Coast, there may be some flexibility there, and I don't know if,
Or not.
or not. I may or may not. I don't think. I think it's gonna be a situational issue. I don't think we'll ever get to 150% peaking factor. I would anticipate we're talking about 20% range. I don't know. You'd have to look at data and come up with some logical way to come up with that number on another day, Mr. Peasley.
Is this a way to increase the DFC without going through, or the MAG without going through the DFC process?
It is, yes, essentially.
Yeah, well, essentially, yes.
Did you have a couple of examples?
I did have some examples
So we
of where
can-
this could have helped in
we
the
can get to the
future,
discussion.
or could have helped in the last planning cycle. I think we're gotten bigger than this. We had Gonzales County, if you remember, last planning cycle, we had existing permits and the grandfather permits and all the exempt use area that was below the MAG, but once we started stacking projects on top of those, new projects in the future, in the year 2030, and only 2030, we got to a point where we were just over the MAG. And so what we ended up with was water management strategies that were complete and full in the decades 2020 and the decades 2040 through 2070, but then slightly decreased in 2030. We could have used this MAG peaking factor there to allow a little bit more pumpage in 2030 and move forward. And you realize that there's existing permits in Gonzales County that are used in Gonzales County for municipal irrigation and other purposes that do fluctuate through time. But a large quantity of the export projects are base loaded type projects. Folks like Hayes Call PUA and or Saws and or TWA back then, and others that were base loaded projects. So the peaking factor there may or may not have been an issue. It's more probably with the local entities. The other example I had is we had a Wilson County situation where just from the very beginning, if we added up all the existing permits, they were not only just over the MAG, they were way over the MAG. Because some of those are irrigation permits and some were these mining permits that are temporary associated with fracking and other mining operations. Essentially that left no room for water management strategies. And we had to come up with some creative ways so that we could have some water management strategy that way. Either we showed them with zero yield, or we showed them as they had to go out and purchase these irrigation rights and mining rights. I'm not saying we could have completely solved the problem with the peaking factor, but we certainly could have helped that situation for some of these projects with the peaking factor there, given the variability of irrigation and mining pumping through time. So those were just some examples that came off the top of my head where we could have used this in the future. I'm not necessarily advocating we do. I'm just telling you, if this rule was to go final and be included, the planning group would have to decide whether they want to use peaking factors or not, or whether they want to use peaking factors in certain areas of the region but not in others. We'd have to go talk to the groundwater conservation districts and get their buy-in. We'd have to have some kind of logical reason and to come up with a number we do. And I would imagine some kind of backup data showing that we're going to allow 20% more in drought times, but because we recognize that use in wet years is significantly less. And then on the average, 100% is where we'll be. So this is open for discussion. We've heard some comments already. That's all I have for that.
Why don't we go to the last part of this and then we can open it up.
So some other items here, and I didn't add one that we've talked about already today, but it's going to new requirement that regional water planning groups need to at least consider desalination projects. We've considered desalination projects in the past. I don't think it's an issue. It's just that there's a laundry list of things you must consider. And in recent years, it's been you must consider conservation, you must consider drought management. You don't have to do anything with it. A lot of planning groups don't do stuff with it. It's just we have to acknowledge the fact that we considered certain projects and what we did with them. Now we have to acknowledge that desalination projects is one of those. Clarifying some rules there that only projects that create or increase water supply are eligible for SWIFT funding. That's just concurrence with the SWIFT rules. We had a couple situations where we had a recommended strategy, and it was really just a rehab type situation. At the IPP level, but we got a comment back from the board. We struck those projects out, and our regional water plan was good there. This is just setting it forth from the beginning. Prioritization is now rolled in as official part of the regional planning process, but it's now it would be now in the rules officially that's part of it. It's just that and it's still a separate document, so nothing really changes. It's just that they don't have to set up a separate rule that we have to do prioritization. And interestingly enough, there's some language in there that regional water planning groups cannot block an amendment. It's specifically in there. What it is there's a process in there that if somebody comes in for amendment and is having problems getting that amendment through the regional planning group, there's steps they can take to go straight to the water development board. So, where they can bypass, but they have to at least come to the board first and try to discuss it. So. And I don't know if that's an issue here, probably an issue in other regions. So, anyway.
And then the WUG definition.
And then the WUG definition. That was the other one. Yes, and like I said, I didn't have it. We had that discussion. Ms. Fallon.
Yes, the second item there, you say only projects that create or increase water supply are eligible for SWIFT funds. I'm assuming all the conservation programs would qualify for that?
Conservation, drought management, even though they're demand side management, they are considered supply, regional planning, so that, yes, they qualify for SWIFT.
Okay, so in front of us, we have a lot of these changes. So obviously, we can try to work this out here, or we have a couple of choices. Remember, we have a deadline of September the 6th. We don't meet until November. So we would have, if we were going to want to submit comments as a planning group, we could put together a work group. That work group could come up with and try to come up with a agreed upon response to these rules. What we have done in the past is then that work group could submit that obviously out to everyone for comment. The executive committee could vote on it because y'all have given authorization, as I understand, to the executive committee to vote, to submit something on behalf of the planning group when the planning group is not meeting, even though y'all would have the chance to weigh in on those comments. This would all have to happen very quickly if all that was going to occur. Or we don't submit any planning group comments, and then individual members of the planning group, in both scenarios, would still be able to submit their own comments, and we as a planning group would not have official planning group comments to these rules. And I understand in past circumstances, the planning group has not necessarily made comments on rules. So we've done it all kinds of ways. Under both of the options, the work group option, and you still could submit, obviously, comments on your own as an entity. So I'm just trying to get a sense. There's a lot here. I think we could spend hours talking about it. We don't have hours today to do that. So I'd like to get a sense if we feel from a planning group that we would like to attempt to try to submit some comments on these, some or all of them.
In that work group, I would make a motion to make that work group, and obviously you would be in charge of making sure it's diverse and representative of the whole regional group. But I would want one of their topics to be also that maybe we don't submit comments as a region LD. Either, that's one of the options.
And if we form a work group, those that are going to have to volunteer here today to do this must understand then this is a very fast process. Because if we have to get the planning group comments to the Water Development Board by the deadline of September 6th, that means the water group, this work group would have to meet, have to come up with some recommendations that we could send out to everybody, get comments back, and then the ability for the executive committee to address that. And knowing that, so those of you that volunteer to do this, you need to be in town and available for the rest of the summer to take care of this. And I know I'm gone for 2 weeks, so I'm just, full disclosure, I take my daughter to college, so I will not chair this group. Somebody else on the executive committee or someone else in this room would have to chair it to make sure that the process got moved forward.
So
We have a motion on the floor that we have a work group being formed. I just wanted to set the parameters for that.
I'll make a motion, we have the work group, but just as you outlined, they sit down, come up with what they feel we ought to support. And then that goes out to the group, and then they can comment.
Right.
You fold that back in, and then you bring, y'all go ahead and make these recommendations to the water zone.
Right, based on the feedback.
Yeah.
Which could include no recommendation.
Right.
Which could
Which could include no recommendation.
Yeah.
Right. So, okay, Robert had a motion to form the work group. I'm assuming you were seconding that motion. All those in favor of forming a
Well,
work group?
before, I would like to discuss that motion.
Yeah.
I think it is
I just
true-
need to first, can I get the motion on the table, then we can have discussion?
Well, you've got a motion and a
Okay.
second.
All right, go ahead.
So
Discussion.
I would think you would need discussion
Okay,
after
go ahead.
that. I do not see how on earth we could possibly agree on these assorted comments. It seems an exercise in futility to try to have a work group to discuss it when we all know that there are many people that want to increase the pumping from groundwater and many who do not. So it seems pointless to me, and for that reason, I don't think it's worth the effort to try to put together a work group on that. There's so many other things that we have to do that are more important than making comments to the Texas Water Development Board, which may not really listen anyway because they're hearing from so many people across the state.
Okay, good, that's a good point, Diane. Any other comments regarding the work group concept?
If you don't make comments, then they're stuck with whatever they come with, that you may or may not agree with.
Well, again, individually, any of you anybody can comment on this process.
Call for question. Call for vote.
Okay, all right. All right, so, all those in favor of forming a work group regarding these, to come up with comments or not regarding these rules, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, so we're gonna go again. All right, so we're gonna do a hand raising, right? And again, is this gonna be a vote that's gonna require a 16?
All votes.
I'm sorry?
All the votes.
Okay, I thought so, just wanted to make sure. All right, so all those in favor of creating a work group on this issue, please raise your hand. You get 10?
Yeah.
All those opposed, raise your hand. How many?
16 opposed.
Okay. Okay, the work group fails.
I'd like to make a motion, we make no recommendations one way or the other on any of these issues.
That's what we just.
That's what we just said. I think that's
Is that what we just did?
Yeah. I mean, we didn't create, I think what he's trying to do is make sure, so we didn't form a work group to make recommendations. So he's now wanting to put another motion on the table that just says, the Regional Planning Group will not be making any official comments regarding these rules.
But that doesn't prevent individuals.
Individually, we can say, we as a group.
We as a group, as a Regional Planning Group, will not be making official comments related to these rules.
I'll second.
Okay, Con is seconding. All those in favor of that motion of not having any official comments from Regional, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. All right.
I would point out that Suzanne would never submit comments officially, I am sure, after we had decided not to.
Oh. All right, thank y'all very much. So I would encourage all of you, please, look at these rules. If you have specific comments, share them, because I know the Water Development Board does want input on these rules. So please do that. Use your opportunity from your respective entities to comment on these, because I think it's very important that they get a diverse opinion about the rules. So don't take the action of this committee as an indication that this is not important. It's very important, and we encourage all of those sitting around here, as well as those in the audience, to make your voice be heard. Okay? All right. We are going to break for lunch. And it is, I'm sorry? It's 12:15. We got a lot to do, guys. Do you think we could, say, be back in about 10 till? Squeeze you into time here? So, 'cause that means that some.
Sorry, sir.
There you are. You here, Brian? Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, is Mr. Oh, okay. Okay, so we have three rainwater harvesting presentations. Last time at our meeting, we were asked, we had a speaker who asked that we spend a little time on rainwater harvesting, and the group agreed. So what I would like to do is sort of set the framework for this presentation. I know John and Jack, can we keep your presentations within 15 minutes each?
We will do so.
Okay.
A lot of territory to cover, but
Because that would be basically 30 minutes plus what Brian's doing, and then, questions people may have. So can we promise to do that? All right. And we will have Cole set a timer on you just to give you a timing. All right, so Brian, why don't you start? He's trying to give a foundation of how rainwater harvesting has been reflected in the regional water plan in the past. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So, knowing that there was a discussion coming up today, and the fact that we have many planning group members who are new or relatively new to the process, I just offered up the opportunity to talk about what has been discussed in the past regarding rainwater harvesting within Region L, what we've studied and what we haven't, and just where things kind of sit in the various plans. So this isn't really a presentation, and the documentation's in your packet. It's just a kind of page and a half, 2-page summary of what was done in each of the last 4 planning cycles. So the very first planning cycle, rainwater harvesting was looked at as a water management strategy, fully evaluated. There was in addition to that, there was some recommendations regarding rainwater harvesting, and that's written here in the italicized language right there, that the plan recognized certain strategies such as, and rainwater harvesting is one of those. And that came from Chapter 8 of the plan. And a lot of this language in that Chapter 8 remained forward. With regards to the rainwater harvesting evaluation itself, it was classified as this code, because we had codes back to then, SCTN 9. Essentially, the information there is that it was about 50, you could do about 0.57 acre feet per, 0.057 acre feet per year per household. And so it was looked at a very small scale, kind of at the household level. The unit costs, when you do the math, at $99, very large, about $16,000 per acre foot. Just for somebody that might not know, to put that in context, this last planning cycle, our most expensive water management strategy was roughly $2,800 or $2,900 an acre foot. That was seawater desalination. There were minimal, if any, environmental impacts or impacts to existing water resources because of the small scale of it. It was consistent with conservation focus of the plan. It did have the high unit cost, we didn't mention that, and it was implementable throughout the region, meaning at the small scale, any household could really implement this. It was not necessarily designated for one particular area as being the best for this. In the 2006 plan, so this would have been work done between 2001 and 2005, basically. Again, it was fully evaluated, and really fully evaluated in that it was updated. The numbers might have been updated, the cost. We got some more information. If I remember, Commissioner Kite was instrumental in this, because some of you know he has a rainwater harvesting system in his home. He provided a lot of information about this and a lot of research, and I want to thank him for that. It was listed as a potential water management strategy. I forgot to mention, in the 2001 plan previously, while it was evaluated as a water management strategy, it was not recommended as a strategy for the plan. So it was encouraged, but it was not recommended to meet any particular needs. Again, in 2006 plan, it was fully evaluated, and it was just listed as a potential one. Again, it wasn't recommended to meet particular water needs, but it was certainly encouraged again. And that encouragement shows up in a couple different places in the plan, again, section 8, and I believe in the chapter 1, or chapter executive summary, again, it talked about that as well. And again, it was evaluated, it's the same, you can see these numbers are fairly similar, you kind of put a range on how much water it could supply, 0.0574 to 0.1 acre feet per year, depending on, and this depends on how much catchment area you have, how much roof space you have. The unit cost was updated as well to $2,002, because that's what we were using back then. And again, fairly expensive, somewhere between $11,000 and $18,000 per year. That's for the financing period. Once you get past the 30-year financing period, that cost certainly goes away. Costs vary by site. It's based on installation of about $14,000 to install the cost, no operating expense. Again, no significant environmental factors, no anticipated impacts to ag or natural resources, no impacts to human resources. In the 2011 plan, it was not evaluated. This plan group chose not to look at it as a water management strategy again, but they did carry forward some of those recommendations and recognize the benefits and usefulness of it on a small scale. And then in the 2016 plan, likewise, it was not evaluated. In other words, there was not money spent to update the quantity of water or the costs associated with harvesting the quantity of water. I think it's important to note that across all 4 of these plans, the planning group has been very consistent about acknowledging that it's a possibility on a small scale. I think one important point here too is certainly there is a possibility to do a large-scale rainwater harvesting, stormwater runoff type scenario. You may run into some permitting issues with TCEQ when you do that, and or some opposition from downstream senior water rights if you go very large scale, because they'll look at that as an impoundment. Once you get to a certain size with an impoundment, impounding water, the state's going to want you to get a surface permit, because they're expecting that rainwater to run off and into the streams. It can be used by senior water rights or other people or the fish, and the environment, freshwater inflow, etc. So that's just one thing to consider when you start thinking about, everything was done on a small scale, but what if we did a large scale? So any questions about previously what had been done over these 4 planning cycles? Yes, Commissioner Kite.
Brian, one of the things, I know everybody always says it costs too much, it's too expensive. Well, let me give you an example. What y'all had originally, you showed only the amount of water the house used. You didn't include the yard water, which makes some change. But in going back and looking at my system, and we've used here recently less than 30,000 gallons a year. Doing that, it looks like our cost would be something like $13,670 per acre foot. That's when you consider financing, which I didn't do, so it drops it down to about $7,000 an acre foot. Okay. But one of the things y'all always forget, you keep saying it's so expensive. Well, before I built, or when I was building, I had a price on a well, it was $26,000. Well, we didn't drill a well. But let's just carry that on. If we did that for 30 years, and you use the same amount of water that we're using, that comes up to $26,670 an acre foot. So what y'all are forgetting, it's smart as academia, that you forget the real world, people that live out in the country have wells or rainwater, and they're not cheap. So y'all need to look into what does it really cost you to live in the country and have a well. Like I say, in my case, it would have been $26,000 an acre foot for water. So, when you say that it's not cost effective, yeah, it is. Plus the quality of water you get and sustainability more than offsets the well.
I don't think I disagree. Like I said, I had a particular residence in the country where the only option is drilling a well. It could be a very viable option. If we were trying to expand that to a municipality and say an implementation of a large-scale rainwater harvesting to a city, where the city could go develop another supply, a larger quantity and cheaper, that, you know, then that's when we get to the relatively high. So, because everything we were doing was comparing rainwater harvesting to other water management strategies in the plan.
Yeah.
That's where the
Well, I
high comes
understand
from.
what you're doing, and if you try to do it citywide, you run into a whole bunch of new problems, and I'll talk about that in a second.
Okay, so, okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I wanted to ask a question. Have you taken a look at some of the newer technologies that are using rainwater harvesting as a way to deal with stormwater runoff? And I don't know the details about this, but there's a guy in Ontario that has a large-scale rainwater harvesting that is also then linked with a system by which the water is pumped out to a larger catchment tank as the stormwater starts backing up. And so the idea is to keep that from entering it and getting in the streets and becoming polluted runoff. They're capturing rainwater tanks. It's sort of like the equivalent of CPS's rooftop solar thing, where you don't actually pay for the system to be put in. One of the benefits is that you can get some of that water to use in your own yard, but they capture it in a cistern on your property, so you're putting up with having the cistern on your property, and then using remote control technology, they then let that go, gravity flow down to a larger holding tank, which then is pumped into a place where they can use it for, I think in Ontario, it's used for fire. And that is huge amounts of water they can do, and it serves multiple purposes. By keeping it in the cisterns before it touches the pavement, you've got much cleaner water. It can be fixed up, and in case of all kinds of crises, you've got basically right in the neighborhood. You could purify that water if the whole grid got messed up and the whole water mains got messed up. You could have, at least short term, you could purify that water and have community level.
Thank you.
Thanks, sorry.
No, that's okay. I mean, these are, you know, I think that we'll probably hear some more from our two presenters here in a couple of minutes about, even more about rainwater harvesting and these ideas about stormwater runoff management. So any questions of Brian on how we represented it in the previous plans? And of course, as we move forward, this is always something that we can continue to talk about regarding a water management strategy. All right, so let's move forward to our two presenters, and I've asked the two gentlemen to please keep their presentation to 15 minutes or less because we would like to be able to ask questions, and we have a very full agenda. So is John, are you going first, sir?
Yeah.
John's going first, and just for the sake of time management, I would ask Cole please to put a timer on so that we can give both of our presenters some countdown so they know when to be cognizant of the time.
Tell me how to run this.
And John says he has a lot of slides in here, but he's going to go very, very quickly. And obviously, this is just an introduction. Please understand that as we want to talk about this more as through the water through the development of our water management strategies, we can continue to do that. This is not the only time we can talk about this issue going forward. This is simply an introduction.
Yeah, I'll just add to that point that we're not scoped or budgeted at this point to look at individual water management strategies. With the next funding cycle that comes available, some of that money will be opened up, at which time the planning group will then get to choose which water management strategies they want to evaluate. And certainly this is one of them. If they choose to look at it, it could be evaluated.
Thank you.
what I'm gonna talk to you all about mostly is for a residential, a standalone residential rainwater harvesting system. And a properly designed rainwater harvesting system will carry you through any drought of record conditions. And we've tried it a couple of times and worked great. Again, and we've talked in here about conservation. I think this is one of the ultimate conservation, in that you can assume the person responsible for meeting your domestic needs and becoming a resource manager, and you better believe you're going to be the resource manager of a rainwater system designed for the drought of record conditions. And we're going to zip through this thing pretty quick. That's a lot of time. Rainwater is the property of the property owner in Texas. And it's yours until it flows into a stream or creek. Then that becomes private to the state. And the TCEQ will handle withdrawal. In their guidance, rainwater harvesting system is not considered a public water supply system until it serves at least 25 people per day or for at least 60 days or 15 service connections. And a service connection is like your water meter. If you're in a complex of like apartments, well, each meter is a connection, so you can use it for that. But once you get above that, you've got to be TCQ. And just right quick, Texas taking a good lead. They've exempted all or part of its property tax on rainwater systems. They've exempted the sales tax. Of course, they did that after I got mine in. We worked on that. And then one of the things in some of the legislation is preventing homeowner association from banning rainwater. Someone said, we just don't want rainwater system in here. Well, they can't stop you now, but they can require you to camouflage it or don't put it in your front yard. In other words. Okay, and we did a deal with the governor back in, I guess, 2005 on rainwater harvesting potential and guidelines. And a lot of that we've used in the development of the third edition and also in developing some of the legislation. Okay, when you're thinking about doing a rainwater system, you've got to figure out you're going to use it for what. For some people use it just for their gardens, or you can use it for your house, or both. We use it for both. Do you have a location to put the tanks? And I know I worked with the Sons for a while. They were a deal in San Antonio. If you did that, but it would take like 25,000 gallon storage. But by the time you get all the storage tanks in there, you don't have any yard to water. So we started that out. What kind of a collection system? In other words, you have enough roof structure, you have places to store the water. What is this going to cost? There's 4 variables here we've got to look at. What is your projected demand? What's the rainfall pattern, storage capacity, and collection? Now, a lot of people say, would you drink rainwater? Well, guess what? If you're drinking rainwater, it doesn't matter where you're getting it, it's all rainwater. So whether it comes from a reservoir or from underground, it's there. Anyhow, you got to know what is your demand. I didn't have any idea when I started working on ours. How much water do you use in your house today? You know? I'll show you how I figured it. What are the rainfall patterns? What's the storage capacity that you need for drought to record conditions? And what's your collection service area you need? Okay, in-home water use normally is about 60 gallons per capita per day nationwide. But in designing the rainwater system, I use 35 gallons a day per person. We've never even come close to using that. But calculating 3 people, and the reason I say 3 is like in our county, the average home has got like 2.7 or something, so 3. That's 105 gallons a day for 3 people. And then I throw in 45 gallons miscellaneous because even though you tell me you're not going to water outside, you're going to have pot plants. Like we water the deer, we have a waterfall and all that. So,
Not pot plants, but potted plants.
okay.
Well, that's up for legislature to consider,
We calculate better just for inside use, do the lawn or all that. Okay, some of the things. What's the maximum number of dry days? What's the monthly rainfall rates? And what's the average long-term rainfall? Well, here is Texas. And of course, in West Texas, it doesn't rain, it's lots of dry days, and in East Texas, not many. But we're sitting around 90 here. Rainfall, around here, we're, in Bernie, we're about 34 inches a year. So, you take that for the past 123 years, we've averaged 33.7, and the maximum number of dry days is 90. Well, I use 120 for design, because when you're sitting here and you don't have any well or any backup, you want to be sure to do what you're doing. You're going to live through it. Okay, storage capacity. Well, you figure out what your average use is. And this isn't to say that you can't design for water in your yard and all that, because for the first few years, we watered everything. We kept everything green. And then I decided, why are you keeping everything green? So you can design for whatever you want. But here, I designed for 150 gallons a day times 120 days, means you need 18,000 gallons of storage to weather drought the record conditions. I round that up to $20,000 gallons. Didn't cost $20,000. Then on your collection surface area, 1 inch of rain on 1,000 square feet yields 623 gallons. But I only use about 80% of that being caught. In a hard wind and rain, you can see it just blowing off the roof. So this way, you get about 500 gallons per 1,000 square feet per inch of rain. You know how much rain it did, so each 1,000 square feet would get you 16,850 gallons annually. You multiply the 150 by 365, and you need 54,000 gallons a year. Divide that by the 16,000 you would get per 1,000 square foot. Tells you that you need about 3,200 square feet of roof area, and I'll round that up to 35 again to be safe. And here's something I did one winter when it was cold. I've got rainfall records for years. So I went back and said, look at 0 to 1/10 of an inch, 1/10 to a quarter, and so on. Well, lo and behold, 41% of your rainfall events are less than 1/4 of an inch. So all this is telling you is that your equipment, you need to keep your filters clean and all, so that when it starts raining, you're not losing water somewhere. Okay, since I didn't know how much water we use when I was designing the system, I said, well, let's assume a 30,000 gallon system is what I started out with. And let's say I use, 100 gallons a day, which is the red. Well, through the drought, the record, which I took the exact rainfall data from Bernie from 53 to 57, it's just a bank balance account. If you use 100 gallons a day, 3,000 gallons a month, if it didn't rain that much, well, you're in deficit. But anyhow, it shows that for that much usage, I could have actually gotten by with 10,000 gallons of storage. I said, okay, let's look at 150 gallons a day. And we could have gotten by with 20,000 gallons of storage, and then for 200 gallons a day, I'd be out of water. Now, since then, we're up to 44,000 gallons now, so I could actually live 200 gallons a day now. But this is how I figured it out. Now, here's a schematic of the system. Of course, you got your rain, the roof, your collection, your gutters, your leaf screens, your first flush device, your storage system, and so on. And then in the pump house, I split it out, and the top part goes through 2 more filters and ultraviolet, and then it goes to the house. The yard water is just raw water. Although we've tested it a number of times, and most of the time it meets drinking water standards. Okay, first thing to get rid of debris is, this is a gutter called leaf lock that gets rid of most of the debris. And I've been testing and fiddling with all kinds of screens and stuff. But this one here works good also. And then I go through a sock filter. There's a 300 micron sock in that tank. Go through there before it goes down to the storage tanks. And then you'll notice the storage tanks have got a line that goes from top to top. Well, originally there's a 2-inch manifold line at the bottom of these tanks. And used to, when tanks 1 and 3 got full, I'd open the valves and water seeks its own level and comes up. Well, you gotta be there to fool with it. Now, I'm trying to make this thing maintenance free. So I put the pipe on top to top, so when the first one fills up, it just automatically fills all the rest of them until they're full. Then it runs over. And I started out with 6 5,000-gallon storage tanks. And my wife fussed about we're losing so much water. Well, what happens is, when you can pick up 4,000 gallons per inch of rain, it doesn't take much water to run the system over, because you're pretty much staying full. So I added 3 more 1,550-gallon tanks, and they filled up with the first rain. In the pump house, you got your filtration. There's the bottom down there is my yard water, and it's separate. And you notice on the right-hand side, there's meters, and on the top is my drinking water that goes in the house. So it goes through a 5-micron bleeder filter, a 5-micron charcoal filter. Then it goes through your ultraviolet, which kills all the bacteria, and then it goes to the house. Okay, that's, some of the people say, do you use rainwater? Yeah. They said, well, you can't survive off just rainwater. Well, we've done it for 15 years. And this shows you just how much we've used. You'll notice at first, we're using quite a bit of water, up to 53,000 gallons a year. That's because we were watering the yard, keeping everything green. Well, why? So we started cutting back. And you'll notice since 2007, this is the total amount of water that we're down to like 72 gallons a day last year. And we got the Aqua Smarty Award from Edwards Aquifer in 2014, 81 gallons a day. But you'll notice that how much we used in the house, 51 gallons a day, or last year, 46 gallons a day. For 2 of us, that's, in the 20 to 25 gallons a day per person. And, San Antonio is doing a good job, but they're still in the 120, 130 gallons per day per person. When people, particularly you get in these more affluent subdivisions, their water use is 200 and 300 gallons a day per person, which is ridiculous. What are they doing with it? Well, it's going in the yard, is where most of it's going. So anyhow, this just gives you an idea. Yeah, it works, and you can live on it. Now, one of the things here, these are wells in Cow Creek. They do every quarter, they do a water test on a bunch of wells. But let's just look at hardness. It runs 325 on up to 804 at one of them. Well, our hardness is 21, so it's very salt water. pH is right at neutral almost, it's slightly on the acidic side. But then look down at the total dissolved solids. 291, and that's 6, 8, 990. Ours is 5. It's about as close to the still water as you're going to get. So in all of our equipment in the house, the dishwasher or anything, our water heater's still the same we got, because there's no buildup. Your showers have no lime on them. You don't have to worry about cleaning stuff. So this just gives you an idea of what we like about it. And a lot of this stuff y'all can read in here, but families that depend on rainwater, they're typically more conservation-minded to start with. When it talks about low-flow plumbing equipment, considered to capture reuse water, which in our case we use, we got an aerobic system, so that water sprays out in the grass for the year. Landscape water, grass is the biggest waste of water, because for you to put down an inch of water once a week on 1,000 square feet, that's 600 gallons of water. You do that for a month, you're using like 12,000 gallons a month to water a 5,000 square foot yard. Wow. This is what our yard looked like when we used to keep it green. This is what it is now. We put river gravel, and then we planted drought-resistant plants in there, and once they're established, we don't water them. If it rains, they get water. If it doesn't rain, they just keep going. These are some of the plants we've got in the yard. Drought tolerant. We've got our fish pond, the waterfall. Water lilies in there. In conclusion, with the steady growth of the population, climbing water tables, unreliable water well, You gotta remember, a lot of people up in the hill country, their wells produce a gallon a minute. Now, to me, I'd be scared to death if they run a gallon a minute. That means you couldn't turn on the faucet in the well, fill up your bathtub. It doesn't have that kind of capacity. Some of the other benefits are that my water is stored in tanks, so I'm not losing a significant amount of water to evaporation. But anyhow, you can get through this on based on drought erupting conditions. You can get through this. And it's prudent to provide a proven method of having a sustainability source for quality water for your home. There's a lot of people in the hill country now that are going to rainwater, even though they got wells, because if you design your system properly, you'll never run out of water. Even during the time of drought. It rains even during the drought. You just need to be able to catch it. And their wells go dry. And I'm not losing water to evaporation. So, the properly designed and managed rainwater harvesting system can comfortably meet the domestic needs of your family. Your water destiny is in your hands in that case. Now, some of the things, I brought this up to the group before, and I know one time they told me, well, you can't determine your firm yield. Well, I determine my firm yield the same way you determine the firm yield of a reservoir. You know what the demand is, you know what the historic rainfall is, you know, all that stuff. I'm just on a micro scale, whereas I'm not on the like Canyon Lake scale, but I figured the same way. So, anyhow, I'm just open for questions.
Time is up right now, so why don't we do the other presentation and then we'll ask questions for both of you, okay? Thank you, John, that was very interesting.
Gold may have to set it up. I had to rush through that.
It's very good, it's very interesting.
So that is a small scale story, and what I'm trying to do is bring this into a little bit larger scale. A lot of times the formulas for delivering what is the cost of the water is so simplistic because it really bring in all of the benefits, and so the cost of water looks really ridiculous. But if you're looking at all of the goals of a rainwater system, you're trying to reduce the water demand. That's the first thing any well-designed rainwater system, you start with reducing the demand. You increase the water supplies because you are now taking a resource that is not being utilized, putting it into action. You're preventing water pollution because all the gross pollution that goes down the drain, and you're reducing landfill volumes because you are using the green waste that normally would go to landfill on site in order to get that water to infiltrate faster. You're creating employment opportunities, which I know is not a focus right here, but it is a big benefit, especially now. And you're improving the quality of life. It's cooling the area, it's keeping things green, it's putting water back into the water cycle that has previously been broken through hard cover in the cities, and it improves life in many other ways. We'll look at that a little bit later. And it uses the existing funding more efficiently because you're taking each individual project, taking it apart, and having each individual piece be funded by a separate entity. You're not working together. You're not getting any synchronicity. You're only looking at a little piece, and you're then duplicating that piece multiple times over several different budgets, and we're looking at ways that we can make that more efficient. So let's look at what a full water cycle management would look like. First of all, we've got drinking water production, but we're not making enough of it, especially projected forward with our population. We've got stormwater pollution where we've got too much water and too much waste is already being incorporated and run into our estuaries. We've got flood control where the low-lying areas are just getting filled up in these large rain events,
They may not have before, but now they are. And the infrastructure is not capable of conveying it away in a timely fashion. Again, solid waste. We've got mountains and mountains of garbage. We don't need to put green waste in there. There's places for that. It should be used. It creates more soil conservation as well as water conservation. Air quality and heat island effects. You've heard about that several times today. If you keep the canopies well watered naturally through from passive rainwater systems, not the kinds with tanks and pumps and pipes, but with just infiltration and rain gardens and so forth, you'll keep that canopy green and you'll reduce the overall heat load in the city and in the individual houses. You've got estuary inflows and agricultural uses that you need to remember. Everyone says, oh gosh, if you take all the water, rainwater, put it in tanks, then nobody will have any water downstream. Actually, that's not true. Studies have been done. If all of the rain on all of the roof structures in the state completely disappeared, that would only affect the stream flows by 0.3%. But of course it's not going to disappear. It's being used and it's reducing the extractions, so it's really only a 0.03% impact, and that's still if the water disappears, not infiltrates further into the aquifer. So there isn't any downstream damages. These inflows are probably as important as the agricultural because we've got seafood. This is the second largest estuary system in the United States. You can't let that go dead or be impacted negatively if we're going to have food and agricultural use of this water. Now, this is the whole water cycle. We're not just looking at catching water and putting it on the ground. That is a good thing, but there's more to it. Let's look at what we're doing. We're taking this disintegrated approach. We're taking flood control and spending money there. We're taking drinking water. We're making new plants. We're taking stormwater. We're being required to take that and hold it and treat it and then release it properly. We're taking green spaces and we're just taking those as a completely separate situation. All the high schools have 2 or 3 sports fields. We have all these other green fields that need to be watered, but we're just looking at them separately. We've got the estuary and ag. Again, some people look at that and some people think, well, it's more important than the municipal. Maybe the municipal say, no, we've got to have all the water we need. Then we've got the solid waste and the heat island effects, the air quality. The less we have growing green spaces, the more ozone buildup and so forth we're going to have. Now this is the disintegrated approach. But let's look at what happens when you bring that together. The solid waste and the air quality reduces green waste. The solid waste in the watershed improves the water quality. The watershed and the rainwater systems is a new water resource. The rainwater and flood prevention reduces the runoff and helps with that flooding problem. The air quality and tree planting reduces the green waste and reduces the water demand if you're watering those green spaces with a passive system. And here's another thing. If you are using these kinds of integrated approaches, you don't need gigantic construction projects that exports those jobs. You're actually keeping those jobs local with small businesses. 80% of the jobs are produced by small businesses, not these gigantic multinational corporations. Let's just take one case study. This one is in LA County. It's a single family residence. It's got 4 different BMPs working here. A being a recycled material made into a cistern. Half of it is underground because there's not enough room in the backyard, as you were mentioning. B is a swale that takes the runoff that goes past the cistern and spreads it out and lets it go into the infiltrate as well. C are the green grass areas, which by our ordinance had to be draining into the street, required to do that. Well, they got a variance in order to just bring that down 3 inches and take that dirt around the edges, raising it to about 6 inches overall depth. These now become infiltration fields. And then D is a strip drain that goes to an underground dry well where further infiltration from that hard surface is brought into the ground. I saw some of these, it said maybe 0.57 or 0.052 acre feet. No. This particular project is putting another 4 acre feet of water back into the water, that one single project. Very small project, as you can see, the costs here. The recycled polypropylene tank was actually donated by the manufacturer. It was made for purpose, so they didn't have a tank that would fit the purpose without doing that. That was a fairly large waste stream in LA, so they were getting that out of the garbage. So that isn't in this figure, but the retention grading, the driveway grading, all the vegetated mulched areas, the downspout extensions to get over to the cistern, and all the overflow pipes to the street, high number, $6,100. That's all it costs. And we're getting 4 acre feet a year. Now that just takes that formula of $16,000 an acre foot and just trashed it. It's not a real effective formula. It doesn't have all the parameters. It's just showing one thing, as if the state was going to pay for all of that cost. It's not going to. If anything, you're going to give rebates and encourage someone to do it themselves. And so you're just getting a tiny percentage in order to cause someone to feel like it's a comfortable thing to do. Now, let's look at the funding. Again, we don't just have to look to the TWBD. We don't have to just look at the city sewer system or the production departments. There's a whole list of people that are interested in doing this very thing, because they all get benefits and they are all got budget for it. And all you got to do is find ways to get them to work together. And believe it or not, sometimes you get a chance. Okay, let's look at a little bit larger project. This one was an elementary school. It was in a poor part of town. It flooded almost with every rain. All of their little sports fields were muddy. They couldn't use them. The whole time, there was not a single plan to do anything about that. It's a poor part of town. Why would you do it? Well, people live there. This is what they had as their goals. Alleviate the flooding on campus and in the surrounding areas. Replenish the groundwater. Reduce the energy use. Reduce the polluted stormwater runoff. Get shaded play areas, which they didn't have because they had completely denuded the campus of any trees. And get opportunity to use the green waste on site, which they do now. They created a beautiful little meandering stream-looking green space that went throughout the campus, cooled the whole thing off, and those green spaces were included parts of the western and southern facing walls and the air conditioning system, condensing units that are outside. They shaded them. They made all kinds of benefits. Here's the BMPs. They just had a water treatment store for water, stormwater rough treatment. Then they had an underground infiltration system for the water they had collected. They had a vegetated swale. They had systems of permeable ground cover and trees. You have to add trees. You must add trees. Those are actually miniature rainwater harvesting systems. The crown takes the water in, it drops it into the ground, it's evaporation, cools the area, it drinks in the ozone problems. It's really got to be done. It's part of the rainwater system. And 2 outdoor classrooms were created out there. So let's look at the costs. Okay? First of all, let's look at the benefits. Sorry. The permeability, even after over time, is going to increase sometimes 2 and 3 times over 20 years. The tree canopy as it grows, more benefits as it goes. The stormwater benefits, the runoff is reduced over time because they're having more infiltration, they're having more green space, they're having more use of that water on site. Air pollution, again, it sometimes will double over time of the reduction of ozone, sulfur dioxide, nitric oxide, all of the stuff that you are trying to spend money on gets done with just this one project. Okay, let's look at the costs. Okay, this one was $300,000 to get this project done. And there were some people, there were some, the engineering firms did pro bono work. They were the project managers and so forth. They didn't charge anything, so that's not in here. But again, You get those people. They want these kind of projects. Now, let's look at who did fund it. Again, a whole list of people that are interested in one or two or three aspects of each project. You've got a lot of money on the table that is being used already in duplicate projects that are sometimes not even working together at all. They're just wasting some of that money. So let's get them all together, get them all on the same page, have the same vision, come up with the same project. Here it is, the lessons that were learned in LA County. This is just LA County. Communication is the biggest problem. These people don't talk to each other. They don't want to talk to each other. There's no system of talking to each other. They don't have drop boxes and go to meetings. They have to come here from miles and miles around and waste all their time talking about things that they never intended. So they don't do it. Transparency. They're not going to tell each other, hey, this is what I want and this is how I'm going to get it. No, they don't do that. They just wait and see and try to manipulate. Transparency. Schedule. Again, let's get some Google Docs going here. Let's get some Google Calendars. Let's let everybody see what's going on and how we progress. Let's don't just keep that all compartmentalized. Trust. The county, LA County, and LA City don't like each other. What can you do? You know, they don't trust each other. They've had a lot of bad blood. You gotta learn to trust. You gotta learn to find those people that can work together. The misalignments of what did one agency want and what did the other agency do and what they need. We've got to have the same vision, work with the big picture. We're all looking at the elephant from 2 feet away. We got to stand back, see what's going on that will help everybody. Okay, now let's look at Australia. Same thing, they had to find ways. They were down to 10% of their reservoir capacity. 10%. What are you going to do at that point? It's too late. It's too late to start then. But even so, here is the per capita use of water in Sydney, Melbourne, Los Angeles, and San Antonio. As you can see, they don't have this, these are not apples and apples because in Australia they do the gross per capita by using only the residential and dividing it only by the residential. Here, we take all of the water and just divide it by the residential and say you're using all that water. But you can see the relative difference.
Sir, that was your time, so if you could wrap it up, I'd appreciate it.
All right, well, what I'm saying is, we're using way more water, and during the drought, Melbourne and Sydney reduced, and to some degree, Los Angeles reduced their use, but they didn't return to their old use after the drought. And let's see how that is. Here's the percentage of households that have adopted rainwater harvesting in each of those same cities. Sydney, huge amount of increased rainwater adoption. Melbourne, the same thing. Those are the two with the biggest 20-some-odd% reduction of use. Here it is in Los Angeles. They had virtually none before the drought. Now they've got a little bit. They've reduced it a little bit. San Antonio, the same thing. They got rewards for reducing it 10%. We can get it to 20, 30%, not by forcing them to do it, by allowing them to do it. Now here's the costs of these. You can see that obviously conservation is the lowest cost, desal the highest cost. If you're just giving rebates, you're going to be on the low end of the low scale if you're running rainwater systems, because you don't pay for the whole cost. We're not expecting the state to take the bill for everything, but if they would just give a little bit of encouragement, like they have done with this taxes, they just do a little something like the solar rebate, then you'll get some huge amounts of adoption and big differences in consumption, and it doesn't cost much money.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. So quickly, any questions from the planning group on these two presentations? This will not be the only time we'll get to talk about this, but do we have any questions generally today for these two gentlemen?
I'll just say, I think it'd be great to have a field trip to John's place. It's a brilliant setup. I mean, it really is. It's amazing.
You've had over 4,000 people.
Wow.
John, what's the total acreage that your storage units or storage tanks take? Like how much land is that utilizing?
The tank size, it's 100 feet long by about 15 feet wide. And then I've got I got a bunch of tanks. By my workshop, I've got two that are like 30 by 12 would be their footprint. And then I got another one by a storage shed that's like 8 foot diameter. Not a whole lot. And you can do one big tank, although I prefer for the redundancy of multiple tanks, because I only use one tank at a time and keep all the others shut off. If something were to happen to your system there, all the tanks were hooked together, you'd lose the whole system. I never had the problem.
Yes, sir.
Real quick, John, do you have an idea how much dew condensation you might get in an average day or week or month? I know it does have a play in that.
On a real humid day, I've seen collected 100 gallons. So,
Yeah.
but normally, like in the mornings, like now, well, the way I've got my system set up where it's dry, unless I really get a good rain, I don't collect any water. I blow it all off just to, in other words, when it rains, I want to clean the roof off first. So I've got it set to where if you don't get more than about a quarter inch of rain, I don't collect anything. But when I did seal the system, I could get as much as 100 gallons a day from just.
Thank you.
That was very interesting. And these, best management practices, of course, at the River Authority, we've been talking about them and the benefits of looking holistically at these practices, and they do have benefits. I appreciate you talking about it, and I'm sure we'll be continuing to talk about it here and in other venues. As we all know, the city of San Antonio is looking at their comprehensive plan now, and these concepts are being discussed as it relates to that as well. So it is trying to bring these practices to the forefront. Great. So let's move into our next item, which is the discussion of appropriate action regarding adopting guiding principles on the following issues. As you recall, our particular process that we're going through is we will talk about the issues, come up with language that kind of captures the guiding principles that were discussed. We send that out, then we vote on it at the next meeting, and then we start the discussion of the new topics, which will be the next agenda item. So this is the first time we're bringing forward to you what we would consider the first, I guess there's 3 guiding principles that we will be putting in consideration for this document that we will be preparing, that will be kind of our guiding document for our planning process. What we did is, as you know, last month, we had a conversation here. Linda helped us kind of put together the notes. Then Cole went back and sort of took what came out of the chapter 8, where some of these items were raised, and then sort of the guiding principle that came from our conversations. Then this was taken to the executive committee, because as I said last time, sort of from the executive committee, we're kind of looking at those sort of governance policy issues for the group. And we reviewed them, made some slight modifications, and then sent that out for y'all to look at. And that's what we're going to do today. So I guess we can take each one of these principles and see if we can get actions on them. And I guess so we'll open up the first one, the appropriateness and adequacy of how demand and need are determined. So you see the notes at the top. The part that's in blue here, I just want you to understand, will not ultimately go into the plan, the guidance document. That's just for your background, so that as we're making these decisions, you see kind of how they've developed from the notes, from the chapter 8, and then ultimately what the words are that would be in the document. So, does anybody have any questions or comments about the first guiding principle?
I think this language meets what we discussed and concluded.
Okay, So would anyone like to make a motion that we adopt this as our guiding principle relating to the appropriateness and adequacy of how demand and need are determined?
So moved.
Okay, Gary's making a motion.
Second.
Con, seconds. All those in favor of adopting this guiding principle, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Okay, great. Now, the way that it's written, where it says it's going to be discussed and then ratified, that's kind of how it will be, and maybe we need to say approved. Should we say maybe discussed and approved on August the 4th? Okay. Now, the next one is the role of regional water planning group in influencing population growth and land use. Same idea here. Have y'all had the chance to review this particular guiding principle related to this? Any comments or discussion? Can I have a motion then on this particular guiding principle?
So moved.
Okay, Con moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Gary seconds. All those in favor of this guiding principle to reflect the planning group's role in the regional water planning group in influencing population growth and land use, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Great, so that second one is approved. Okay, the third guiding principle is related to conflicts of interest with respect to planning group members. This is the one that the executive committee, I think, spent a little bit more time on, sort of trying to separate the issues of active planning members versus, and then the nomination process, because both of them sort of came up in our conversations that we had related to this issue. So with active planning group members, we sort of looked at this regarding the kind of the bylaws, and then leaving the issues of conflicts up to the honesty system for that particular planning group member to bring those issues up. Because we don't know what we don't know. And then on the nominations process, as we did this last time, asking for individuals to have more of a description of their qualifications and if they have any conflicts of interest or any of that sort of thing. And if they would be willing to live by the bylaws and in their role as a planning group member. So any questions or comments about this one? Yes, Con?
Under the active planning, number one, there, the first line, all
Yes.
disclosures pursuant to such and such are within the purview of, I wonder if that shouldn't read or the responsibility of. Would that be clearer?
The responsibility of?
Instead of within the purview of?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what within the purview means.
I don't either.
I think your language is simpler for sure. Okay, any other comments on this particular guiding principle? All right, can I have a motion then as edited to accept this guiding principle?
So moved.
Okay, Jean? Anyone would like to second?
Second.
Glenn? Okay. All those in favor of this as the guiding principle regarding conflict of interest with respect to planning group members, please signify by saying aye, your approval, please. Any opposed, same sign. All right, fantastic. So these three guiding principles are approved, and we'll start the document for us. And what we'll do is each time we add to this, we'll continue to bring you kind of the full guiding principles for, as we build on it. Is this process seeming to work okay? I'm sure y'all would tell me if it wouldn't. All right, so the ones on the agenda for today then to talk about, if you look at your calendar, are the role of, I'm sorry, this is the next agenda item. We are now moving into agenda item number 13 to continue our discussion about the plan enhancement process and the guiding principles. So this, for August, we wanted to tee up a couple of these. The role of the regional water planning groups in influencing water development plans of water suppliers. So we will start with that one, and Tom Taggart had asked, because when this issue came up as part of the development of last year's plan, we had a work group that was, that ConMIMS had put together to sort of look at some of these issues that came up during the planning process last time regarding particular projects, and this in particular one was the GPRA project. So we asked the Water Development Board for sort of guidance related to some of these issues, and we wanted to bring back those letters because that's kind of what was the impetus, I think, for this item being in as part of our guiding principle discussion. So I'm just going to open it up to the floor, and we can start having a conversation about how we would like to craft this guiding principle. So, comments, thoughts? What is the role of the regional water planning group in influencing water development plans of water suppliers?
I would offer that fundamentally, the regional water planning group has no role or responsibility or even a right to interfere with the development of local water plants by local entities.
So there's no role, what you're saying?
Or responsibility.
Or responsibility. Okay.
And I think that, if I recall, I mean, the specific issue I think that we brought up, that we asked for guidance from the Water Development Board on, was where, in the event where you know, a water provider plan, a water management strategy, you know, may propose merging or joining with other entities, you know, and I think that was a specific issue that came up last time, was you know, not all the entities were aware of that initiative or water management strategy coming forward. I mean, that was the issue that we raised at the time, was that where we didn't have, if we had more than one party involved, if not all the parties were aware or agreed to the water management strategy, that we felt that it probably not be appropriate to move that to vote inclusion in the plan. And that's what we requested for, you know, guidance from the Water Development Board on. So I generally agree, I think, with what Con says. I think, you know, each water, you know, user group, you know, and the parties that can bring forth water management strategies, I think, you know, do have a fair degree of independence in relation to determining their own future. However, where it touches on, you know, other entities, you know, that they have to have those entities' approval prior to submitting a water management strategy. And if they don't, I think the planning group does have, you know, a responsibility to the other entities to, you know, at least question that in terms of how that goes forward. And I think that's pretty much what the Water Development Board said back to us, is up to the water user group as to what their future supplies, you know, their plans would be. So how we incorporate that in this, I'm not entirely clear, but, you know, I think that was the concept that you know, we were trying to clarify, at least initially, in relation to this.
I think you could
So it was the idea of the coordination.
Yes.
I think you could start off then with what I suggested, and then say accepting instances where coordination is needed among water user groups. The planning group may offer its assistance in resolving any problems.
Okay. So sort of overall, it's up to individual water suppliers to come up with their own plans. But in the case where they're brought here and there's a conflict and coordination is necessary, then the water planning group would get engaged in that activity once it's here in this forum.
And I think that works for me, and I think what the Water Development Board basically said is the end users that ultimately make the decision as to what water management strategy serves them.
Just a comment, a point of clarification, that we're not, by doing that, we're not putting this body, this planning in the role of a hearing board. I don't think that's where we want to go either.
No, that's a good point. I mean, so it's, you want to go as far as trying to bring coordination where necessary to fulfill the requirements of the plan, but not necessarily to the extent where we would be the mediator or arbitrator in any kind of issues that would, between the two planning groups. Because I mean, I think in this case, I mean, to the entities, because we got to a point last time where even though we may have tried to coordinate, both entities wanted to go independently with the projects.
Well, I think actually what we worked out last time was we had all three of those entities meet, and we agreed to include that water management strategy as an alternate.
Right.
So that was how that was resolved. I mean, the Water Development Board guidance specifically said it's the end users that get to determine which project serves them.
Okay.
So, and I mean, basically what they said, at least in the letter that's included in the packet here, they said the decision's up to the Regional Water Planning Group. So while we may not, and I'm not suggesting that we get in some kind of hearing, board role here, I mean, to some extent, in the event, for instance, that there hadn't been that agreement worked out, at some point, we'll still be faced with a decision as to whether to put the strategy in the plan or not.
But where our struggle is, you're dealing with funds, and if the water supplier has projects out there that, knowing that there are future economic development businesses want to move into an area that none of us know about, they were trying to put the water supply project on the regional's list. We should not restrict them from putting that on the list, because they cannot tell anyone about these plans, these billion-dollar plans or anything that comes to the areas. So we don't want to restrict them in any way. This board should not. We're just a planning board with pipelines. Pipelines should never come, in my opinion, should be aware of. We should never really put pipelines or consider pipeline routes. That's all local governments. As far as the supply goes, that's all up to the water suppliers, and because they know so much more than we do on these future projects that we have. So we don't want to restrict them in any way, in my humble opinion, and hopefully that we never do, because economic development in areas rely on that. And even local governments have a hard time finding out about projects until they will not come unless they have water.
I think that, I understand the point you're making, and I think that the distinction that I think, and I agree with that in concept. I think the distinction, though, and where that distinction comes in is, I think we have to remember this in relation to the framework we have set here. We determine demands through a given process, that considers all those potential needs, right? And they're all categorized as to whether they're falling into, given water user groups, cities, water supply corporations, ag, industrial, et cetera. And we try to fill those needs. There's a difference between meeting the need of an unknown, entity that may come in the future, and specifically saying you're going to merge your plan with someone else's supply. That's not developing your own plan. That's basically, merging your plan with someone else's. I think there's a distinction between those two things, and I think there should be. And I guess what the Water Development Board here says is that the water user groups do have a role in determining what serves them in the future. Somebody else shouldn't be able to decide who serves them in the future. And I guess to that extent, that limitation, I think, should exist. I think we have to keep this as a local planning kind of concept in relation to the water user group. So I don't know that that falls into the kind of restriction that you're talking about. I think in relation to future unknown, developments, where, we may not know, for instance, a wholesale provider may not know everyone they sell to in the future. That's certainly true, but that demand is somewhere in the framework of the model, whether it's county other, or water supply corporation, or city, somewhere that's in there already in terms of the need. And I think all I'm speaking to is where plans may actually conflict
where the parties may not all be in agreement, that they merge plans, or they join projects. Certainly, I don't think we'd want to, as a, this group, if we don't want to interfere in, and like Con says, we don't want to interfere in people's plans, we can't pick one over another, right, and force that, because then we are interfering in at least one of them.
Does this same topic, could you also use this to define where we've shown, for instance, in Gonzales County, where you've got, your whatever the correct acronym is, so much managed groundwater, and you got more people vying for it than there are permits available.
That's sort of the next issue.
That was just what I was gonna bring up.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I think that the issue here is, what's also complicated this, not complicated it, but the fact that being in the plan qualifies you for funding, SWIFT funding. You're not in the plan, you can't be, so if we make a decision about one, even though we're not supposed to be making one project over another, sometimes that project, just by being there, at least can start to compete. And if we make a decision or do something here that would take that project out of potential for funding, then we are by that action affecting that ability for that project to even go to the next level of its development. And that's, that does make it challenging in some respects. To do what you're saying, to make people where there's two projects that may be serving the same ultimate consumer, do we give one a benefit by putting in the plan, and one we essentially give them a competitive disadvantage by not putting them in the plan, or putting them lower in the plan, which would take them out of consideration for funding? I mean, I don't know how to
I
deal
think
with that.
mostly I'm concerned more about situations like the last one, where out of the three entities, only one was aware of that water management strategy coming forth. I think that's really different than, recognizing that plans may compete. I think things will compete. I think that there's going to be permitting challenges, all kinds of challenges, that will make some projects move forward and others not. To some extent, the very ranking process and assigning points for the SWIFT funding, to some extent, which we do engage in, and as part of our role, does kind of weight competitive advantage of projects in relation to funding. So I mean, we're kind of on that slope. Now, how slippery that is and how far that should go, I recognize the difficulty in determining that. But, I think all I'm really trying to reach here is that, and I certainly didn't agree with what Con said. I think for the most part, all of us, want to be able to have self-determination in the water projects that serve our utilities and our areas. But by the same token, I think we also have to have some framework as this group to, theoretically, you could have any kind of plan come forward. You could have a plan come forward in Region K saying it's going to serve half of Region L, right? We have to have some ability to say, look, there is a local control constituency here. We do have the right to kind of, make sure that at least all parties are in agreement if they're going to extend joint projects.
Well, I don't know if I have anything or not. I'm Jonathan Stinson. I'm new to GVRA. I'm in now, I guess, after the vote, this should be Kevin Pattison. And I know I've met with quite a few of you, either in my previous roles or now in this new role. And I was at the board when we wrote this memo. I don't think Ron was. And Matt Nelson and I actually, and Temple, discussed this at length. So this is a very unusual position for me to be in, to be speaking about this today. This should be the punt letter, right? We punted back to y'all, to us.
Well, thank you for disclosing.
You know, it's odd, we used almost those exact same words when we got that.
Well, and sitting here now, I think that's still the right thing for the Water Development Board to do. Because, you know, you were just talking about, oh, if Region K, well, that's interregional conflict, and we all know about that. I think the premise, and obviously being an alternate, I have a lesser voice, but, you know, I think the consensus here is, or at least the purpose of the regional water planning groups, is to solve intra-regional conflicts if they occur. Now, granted, I think most of the text that we have available is over-allocation of a resource, because that's the easiest mathematical way to do it. You know, regarding this specific project, you know, that's gonna be something that's continued to be discussed in the future. I'm happy that we're on the beginning of a new planning cycle, so maybe we can continue to have dialogue with the different WUGs involved with all these water management strategies to increase transparency and have a better understanding of where everyone is on this. Now, I guess to Con's and Tom, your comments, yeah, I personally, and I guess GVRA, don't believe that we should be calling winners and losers necessarily, unless we're just making up, you know, needs or demands that we can identify. But kind of back to Suzanne's comments and what y'all were just talking about with the point structure. Yeah, I mean, the whole point of being in the plan is to be able to be eligible for SWIFT funding. That's what it's all about now. I mean, kind of pre-HB3 or HB4 has totally changed the game with this. So, and the premise of the revenue bond pledge, when you're going for SWIFT funding, is to make sure you have customers. And so with that foundational premise of going at least to the Water Development Board, I think that can answer some of these questions if any of these projects move forward and how we're going to achieve that with whatever partners or customer base we have. So if we were to get to a point to where we have an intra-regional conflict, maybe where I hope we'll never get to a position to where we find ourselves on a specific past project in the plan. But that's where the points really do come into place. Because I think, at least from my brief time at the Water Development Board, they are going to get to a position to where there is competition for those dollars. They're not going to be able to continue to do 100% of the commitments. And so those points will eventually become more significant in the prioritization process at their level.
Yeah.
So I mean, if we can try to keep this as nebulous as possible,
Yes.
for the time being, at least from GVRA's perspective, I think that will enable us to re-engage at a different level with everyone, and maybe we can figure out some more productive paths forward as it relates to this. Because, I mean, you read out all the responses, it punts back to us. So we can define how we want to move forward, but I just wanted to give you a little background or context to the way I see it. I have neither one of my general managers here today, so I'm kind of flying solo. Tommy, am I all right?
Is there any other comments? We've got a lot of good work material here to work on relative to this issue, and we'll try to take a stab at it. But I want to make sure we've got all the comments captured. Diane, yes, ma'am?
In listening to what everybody is saying, I just want to go back to the fact that we do have minimum standards on water projects. And to me, having the people in the water projects aware that they're in it would be a minimum standard that we should have, our Regional group, aside from TWDB. I heard very clearly from Kathleen today that TWDB is in the business of making sure there's plenty of water to bring people to Texas and all the industries that want to come. And that is their point of view. So we, as planners, have to have some kind of minimum standards. And I would think that we would get into, at some point, what those minimum standards are that we're going to be telling Brian that we need for calculations, and what kind of just, you know, like whether we're going to consider projects that exceed the MAC. I mean, basic things that other regional water planning groups deal with in a way that I think we've avoided dealing with. And so that's what I'm for,
Yeah.
is having standards, not for trying to influence water suppliers. I'm just saying, we gotta have standards.
So would you see that idea of the standards being discussed as it relates in the February 2017 box of items where we talk about how are water management strategies or categories recommended? Are they recommended, are they alternate, are they needing further study? It seems to me that those standards that you're talking about may come into where, at least a category that we would say, this meets what is a recommended, this meets a alternate or whatever. Seems that that conversation would be good to have there, unless it's too late in our planning process to discuss it then.
I think so.
Okay.
I would think it may be better placed in November, that last item there is a set of guiding principles.
Okay.
Not necessarily, well, yeah. Don't you?
The November agenda of discussions is rather ambitious.
Well, not that aside, don't you think it fits?
So either the guiding principles to serve as a blueprint for long-term water sustainability?
When she's talking about minimum standards, I would think that would be guiding principles.
Okay. We can put it there?
We can
At
attempt
least
to start it.
Or you could, it could be another separate subject. You know, we have that option down there at the very bottom.
I think it's a good conversation to have.
I do too.
And
Yep.
how about we, in our November meeting, at least start the discussion about it, and then we can see where we go with it. How's that?
Sounds
I
good.
think it's an important issue. Okay, so on this particular issue, is there anything else? Otherwise, I want to move to the next item.
Want me to review the stuff that they said, to make sure I captured it?
Sure, you can do that.
Said that, the regional water planning, regional water group does not have responsibility or a role in the development of water supplier plans. And then it was added that excepting where there are conflicts among entities. And that was where local water supplier may want to merge, but if it's not known to them, they may not be included in the water management plans. But where it touches on other entities to approve, then the regional water planning group does have a role as coordinators. Then you don't want to be in the role of a hearing board, but not mediators or arbitrators.
Before you change that, the very first one, planning group does not have responsibility or role in development. I think should be either influencing water suppliers' plans or interfering with, not the development of, or interfering with. That's what I intended to say. I may not have.
And then, the end users are the ones who determine the plan of the project, that's sort of the Texas Water Development Board, that you should restrict the water suppliers from being able to put a project in the plan, that the suppliers have more information about what future things are happening. That there's a distinction in that process to determine the needs of user groups. It's different from to not know about future needs, but that's distinct from the merging and wanting to put a project in that does affect others and the plans conflict or they don't know about it. Does that make sense?
I have a problem with the second item on this page, should not restrict water suppliers from being able to put a project in the plan. That's the function of this group to decide, is it in the plan or is it an alternate or what is it? And that's based on standards, and I mean, y'all do this every 5 years. So I think should not is the wrong word there.
But what would you have?
I would leave out that whole section.
Well, let's reword that.
Yeah, let me just mark it this way.
Because,
and say that
well,
there's-
we'll have plenty of time to discuss that. There, maybe shouldn't, it might not be the proper word, what I actually meant was, the group needs to keep in mind that on projects that come in for recommendation to be placed in the plan, there could be consequences for cities, businesses, economic development, that they need the water for future growth of their economies, that this group may not know anything about. And we're talking SAWS and GVRA, the large water providers. So we just have to keep that in the back of our mind. Maybe shouldn't might not be the proper word. Maybe we just say that we just need to keep it, consider not restricting, maybe. I'm not too much on proper terminology, but we just got to keep that aware. Please keep that, make sure that we're aware of this issue that's out.
But in your case, Kevin, in the case that you're putting forward, in those particular cases, which obviously are very important, would there be a identified customer or contract, even if it's not public, but there would be something, an actual user or contract or customer that had been defined for a project that you have in mind? Because I think that what Jonathan was saying is it's going to become more important to actually have someone who's going to buy the water from you. I mean, that's one of the criteria in the
If you're going for
matrix.
water board funding, yes.
You've got to have a
If
customer.
you're going private market, we don't even have to
If you're
engage
gonna-
in this process.
If you're gonna take out a loan, somebody's gonna have
So
to.
the concept here is if there was a contract for water, even if we didn't necessarily know all the details of it, and there was a customer, a buying customer, and water that needed to meet that demand, I think it'd be important that we would know that. Because that is important to economic development. You've made a promise as a community for a business to come into your community, and they need water to do that. I'm just wondering if in the situation that you're thinking about in your mind, would that community actually have a known customer for that water?
Well, let's use the lower basin project, GVRA's, the reservoir, the off-channel reservoir. I don't know that they have a specific customer with a specific amount that customer would guarantee to buy, but I would think that we probably assume that Formosa, which actually is in a different planning region, is the end customer, along with possibly some other plants that could come. But it would be something that, it's in the plan, but yet they don't have a contract signed that we're aware of. Until they get some kind of a letter of agreement or something, then you can maybe even get even higher above the plan level of approval or whatever. But that's a business deal between two entities that we're never going to know when it's going to happen or if it's going to happen until it happens.
So is the consideration here that you have sufficient information, or that you have?
Well, I think their plan. I mean, we decided that through management of downstream rights, existing rights, permitted rights that they have, that there's enough water to build the project. So if that's the case, as we look at future needs, and those kind of projects don't get built overnight or permitted either. So, if we put it in this year's plan, or if it's in there, then if it's going to create new water and what have you, then it ought to be able to move forward before we actually know who that end customer is.
Right, but generally speaking, rather than saying shouldn't, not necessarily for that particular project, but just generally speaking, then the should part she didn't want to use shouldn't. So what you're saying is, what I'm hearing Kevin saying is that what you want us to consider not doing it until you have sufficient information to make a good decision. That's what it
Or maybe
sounds like.
note some of the consequences. Or
Yeah,
the
the
pros and
information
cons.
about consequences, but sufficient information is what I'm hearing, whether it's consequences or users or whatever. So,
I'm not sure why we're getting this deep in the weeds, because we have a process that if somebody wants to bring a project to Region L for our consideration, they bring it to us. First, we decide whether we will spend development board funds to, to study the thing. And then if it survives that, Then it goes on through the process. The next step is we again decide whether it's going to be a strategy, an alternate, or needing further study. It goes through a series of filters. But what I think Kevin, Commissioner Yannick is saying is that we don't want to block it at that initial step. We don't want to ever keep something from being presented to us for consideration. Is that?
Well, yes, thank you. And I forgot, they already hit the newspaper already. So okay, so, we're in consideration of a $1 billion chemical plant, or Shell, ExxonMobil, correct? All right, let's see if it didn't hit the newspaper. All right, I forgot about this. It is public notice. So, all right, so we're in the running with Louisiana. Well, all they've got to do is throw that pipe inside that Mississippi River and suck all they want, right? Because so when we're competing with, and this is not only us, we're talking San Antonio or anybody. When we are competing with Louisiana or any other area for plants like this, we do not want to restrict the water suppliers on offering water, because they're not going to come to a certain area. They're not guaranteed water, and water is part of the process. And that's what I'm trying to get across, what I'm kind of hitting on all dots without just flat coming out and saying it, but now I can say it, all right, because we are in that running. And I'm hoping that we can supply the water for them to come down to Victoria, where it'd be great. So that's something that I'm trying to get across on. We don't want to handcuff the water usage group or any other community on projects like this.
So is this clear enough to where we can move forward?
Yes, I think so.
And the group can
That's
talk
where
about
we're
it?
good.
I think we understand that.
Okay, thank you for
All
that.
right, then, let's see, could this also apply to situations where there are more people vying for groundwater than there is available? That's the next issue y'all are gonna deal with. And then, you're concerned when there's not all the entities know they're being affected by other entities' plans. The ability to say that the local control is essential and you don't wanna do anything without all the entities knowing. That you have, what you're wanting to do is have a dialogue to increase transparency and coordinate efforts. You don't want to arbitrate winners and losers, and that these points will become more important than SWIFT funding in the future. And that we do have this whole issue about minimum standards for the water projects, and that's one of the things that you all are going to start the discussion on in November.
Yes.
I want to say one more thing. Con was saying that, we're in the weeds kind of far here, but, what's going to happen when we get into the weeds a little further is everybody's going to point back to a statement that says should not influence or, have a sentence. I know it'll come up again. So I just want to make sure that everybody remembers ag needs are not being met in our plan. And with, we're kind of phasing out agriculture in Region L essentially, or telling them to make do with a lot less water. So say a water supplier comes along with a plan that exceeds the MAG and lowers our aquifer level several hundred feet in one of the counties in an aquifer that won't recharge and recover for 100 years. It seems to me the planning group ought to have the option to say something about that or rate it low or whatever. So that's all I'm trying to preserve in here, in this language, is that we have the option to say, you can't do that.
And I'm saying just the opposite. That's a permitting agency decision there, in my opinion.
Mine too. Perfect. Does have to do this for.
Well, let's move into the permitting issue, because that's the next one, because this one wasn't hot enough. Let's move to that one. And because I think that's a good segue. So, and this has come up a lot, and I think Diane just put the nail on the head right there by bringing up the scenario. So the next one is the role of regional water planning groups in influencing permitting entities. Now, we've talked a lot about this regarding groundwater districts, and let's have some conversation about this one.
Well, the reason this one has come up, I think, is because the regional plans have turned out to be quoted in either permitting processes or lawsuits. Just wanted to make sure y'all remembered.
And I remember too, I mean, we have to talk about the fact that it goes both ways. Sometimes folks want this group to make decisions so that it doesn't need to be made at the local level, because there's political issues at the local level too. So there's, both sides sometimes are looking for cover from somebody else. So I guess we need to decide what role really we play in that. And you know, I think that there has been a lot of conversation about whether, I mean, local control, sort of at that permitting level, is where many of those decisions are made. And there are elected officials that are particularly elected and policies in place for those permitting entities to make those decisions. And we could put all kinds of things in a plan, but ultimately, just as Water Development Board may not fund it, a permitting entity may not permit it. And that's really outside of our control. Whether we think the project's great and it doesn't get funded, or we think the project's not so great and it gets permitted. I mean, there's a lot of these things that are outside of our control. But I'd like to hear some conversations amongst the planning group.
To get this on Linda's list, I think, again, regional water planning groups have no role, right, or responsibility to influence permitting entities, period.
Second.
And it's a very slippery slope if we start going in that direction.
Then we get involved with other issues that any one of us been, never mind.
We're guaranteed to piss off half the.
But I'd like to hear from permitting entities here. I mean, we've got groundwater districts right here. Talk to us a little bit about that, Craig.
The way to get involved is, and we do want to hear from the river authorities in our district when we run the models, but we want you to be a stakeholder in the GMA process. But that would be as individual members, environmental, river authorities. That's where you would actually get involved with that permitting process, not as as the regional group itself, but as individual members, you all have a responsibility to come down there and get involved with the process. Environmental, river authorities. If we pump enough groundwater, is it going to affect the rivers? Things like that. And we send our plans and our stuff to the river authorities. We don't really send it to the environmental groups. I guess you haven't really been there or haven't requested it, but we can do that. But that's where counties, everybody needs to be involved in our aspect. Come to the GMA meetings and be a stakeholder in that process.
I had heard at one time that there are some groundwater districts that say that the project has to be in the regional plan for it to even be considered for permitting. Are there groundwater permitting entities that use this plan as a qualifying place to start?
We use it as a review in our rules. I don't know the exact language, but part of it says that we will review to see if it's in the regional plan, but it doesn't have to be. It's not required to get a permit from us.
Do we know, are there others, Donovan? Do you know if there's others that are?
I know particularly Gonzales, that was the big issue from our perspective. I thought it was a requirement, but you know better than me.
It says it will be reviewed to see if it's in the regional plan, but it doesn't specifically say it has to be in the regional plan.
I've just always heard colloquially that there are some groundwater districts that require it to be in the regional plan. I haven't ever studied it, formally to figure out whether they are.
Because I know that had come up last time, and that was a concern.
I think that may have come up in a contested case where one of the parties said that we couldn't do it because it wasn't, but I don't think that was, it never was the groundwater district saying that that was.
We have had the requirement as part of the application process to identify if the project was in a regional plan, but it wasn't a disqualifying condition or qualifying condition.
TCEQ only asks if it's consistent with the plan, and that's a very loose methodology that they utilize in some instances. But I don't know, there's nothing in Chapter 36 regarding GCTs having to do that. And it kind of goes back to, at least from the funding perspective, If someone wants to go out to the private market and get the funds to do whatever water management strategy, they can do that. I mean, especially in groundwater, in wide areas. So I think I would echo Con's concerns. And I don't think the Regional Water Planning Group, at least, I'm still new to water with just 13 years of doing this. And I don't think that was ever the intent of SB1, having the Regional Water Planning Groups opine on permitting. Now, it goes back to over-allocation of a resource, and we can definitely talk about that. It's easy in surface versus ground, but I think that would be a safer spot to approach this.
Well, if we're not supposed to influence permitting entities in any way, in your view, then what is our decision that we make on a water project about whether it's a project or an alternate or needs further study? Where does that come into your vision of not influencing the permitting?
That comes into the discussion when? What month?
No,
February.
no, I'm telling you that right now, while you're making statements like, we will not influence permitting entities, that we have a responsibility that does influence permitting entities, and it's those decisions. So when you word this, you have to keep that in mind. We do have a responsibility to make those decisions. And if it influences the permitting entities, well, that's just what happens. I mean, it's the facts of what happens.
But if we could have say everybody agrees to a recommended project, but then it goes to the actual local entity and they don't permit it. It goes that way too, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we could say we like a project, it's number one on our list, and it goes for permit, and for whatever local reason it doesn't get the permit.
Well, that's another issue, but for us to say we do not influence them is not correct, because we do, by choosing whether it's an alternate or a study more or whatever. Are you gonna give up that decision also and just say, oh, well, let the local entity decide whether it's an alternate or a major project or needs more study? I mean,
I'm not following you at all. I can't see how our decision to categorize a water management strategy as being something or something else has anything to do with influencing a permitting agency.
well,
I lose
TCEQ, wants to see it in the plan, and if it's not in the plan, if it's an alternate or a study more, then frequently there has to be an amendment to the plan to get it in there. So there is definitely something happening here that we're making a decision on that's influencing a permitting entity.
I think what we're hearing though is that that's an indirect influence in that it's on the scorecard. It's acknowledged or not, but it's not the be all. And what Colin's talking about is a direct influence. And we want to stay away from the direct influence. We have a responsibility for that indirect influence by scorecarding and that. But
I'll tell you where we don't want to be as a group, is if someone gets denied a permit through a local process, and then we implicate ourselves because of some position we've taken, and then there's a takings claim, and somehow the regional planning group is part of that.
Co-defendant.
Yeah.
I think this really ultimately, comes down to the difference between what planning is and what, being a regulatory agency is. And I mean, if in relation to looking at projects, and not wanting to play the regulatory role, we don't want to be the people deciding the permit. And I thought it was a good example you used in relation to, what would happen if we said we should permit something, but the permitting agency didn't. That could even be extended even to TCEQ. Say we supported a project that required a surface water permit, and TCEQ looked at it and said, well, gee, we've run these numbers and we don't think that's a good idea to grant this permit. I mean, we're not going to be in a regulatory role, and I don't think that's what the planning role is in itself. And I mean, really, I think the thing that in most cases, what we could or couldn't do in either approving something being in the plan or not approving something being in the plan, if we don't allow something to come forward and be considered to be included in the plan, if we take a regulatory role in relation to those permits, if we don't put it in the plan, it'll rule it out for any funding potential going forward. And that, at that point in time, in essence, does make us the regulator, because it can't move forward under the rules that are out there, at least in relation to the financial end of most of these projects. So, and I don't think that's consistent with the, with a planning process. That is a regulatory role. And I think the reason the groundwater districts exist and the groundwater management areas exist is to have that more direct local regulatory control of their resource. So, I mean, I tend to, agree with Con that, I think we do have, for planning reasons, we need to make decisions on projects as to whether they should be in a plan. But I don't think I don't think we're regulators. I don't think it was set up to be regulatory.
And we're trying to identify projects that meet a need.
Yeah.
I think the Water Development Board, when we did the Region C, Region D interregional conflict, I mean, that was kind of the premise the Water Development Board was taking as, hey, Region D, we, the Water Development Board, are not the permitting agency here. Just because it's in the plan doesn't mean they're even seeking a permit for Marvin Mills. So, I mean, we want to encourage projects in the plan. We don't want to start killing them at this stage if they do meet the different criterias to show up in the plan. But just because then all of a sudden the next question is, we're not going to put anything in plan until they have a permit. And that really turns everything backwards. So that's my perspective.
Yeah, this is a big issue. It's touchy, I know. Because the other thing that came up, I think, during the planning process too, is that there may be local landowners in a particular area that want to sell their water. It's their commodity, they own it. They want to sell their water to a project, and those types of issues become contentious at the local level. We don't want to get in the middle of all that too by saying, by taking away the value of something for someone to sell. And I think that was the point you were trying to get to. That could be very challenging.
Isn't this just more fundamental than that? I mean, over time, we've allowed this process to be hijacked and turned into something that we never intended to be. I mean, aren't we supposed to facilitate planning and facilitate projects? And we've turned it kind of into an obstructionist model to where we set up roadblocks as opposed to facilitating the plan, because then people take that and apply whatever this planning group does, and I would say misapply it sometimes for other reasons or purposes that was never intended to. And then now with the SWIFT funding, it only exacerbates that and makes it, that it's been a series of one thing after the other that kind of put us where we are. It seems like we need to go back to square one and remind ourselves, what was this process for? And
I think that's a good point.
It's not regulatory, it's not about controlling other entities, it's about facilitating the planning process and almost creating a statewide accounting system for water in the state. And how to meet needs across the state. But that's, in theory, we deal in practical application, I know.
Yeah, that's a very good summary. I think over time, things have changed quite a bit from where it started to where it is today.
Well, facilitating is certainly a noble goal, but I have to say that if your planning process is only taking everything that anybody wants to do and dumping it into a laundry list, it's not a plan. And you've got to have standards, and you have to, face reality and make sense. And you can't put down 20 projects that exceed the MAG and expect that to be sensible. So I think there is going to be decision-making done here, and it is going to influence other permitting entities in time. That's all I want to make the point about.
Well, and it's getting back to those standards that you're talking about. I mean, one of the things that came up quite a bit during the public input process is that we had several projects that sort of had zero yield, you know, and people were saying, why are we proposing a project that had zero yield? Is that responsible? And so, I mean, I think that's kind of some of the issues that are mixed up in this too. Are we doing good planning when we have a project that doesn't have a yield? I'm not making a judgment on that. I'm just saying that's where we got a lot of people that were trying to make sense of how could you say that's a good project?
Right, and I think it might be okay, but you have to have a viable alternative. That's
Which
what
we
we
did.
really gotta have with a lot of these, because like he's saying is, we can throw all this in there and then say, hey, we're good, we've got all the needs, we're good. But if they're not gonna get those permits, then we really haven't done a good job. And if there's no alternative to that project, then that entity's just, they don't have any water. And so we need to have viable alternatives to a lot of these projects. Not the same project rolled into an alternative, just worded a different way. And so as long as we have alternatives, I think we can put all of these in there, but there need to be some viable alternatives if they don't get those permits.
Yes.
And I think last year we had talked a little bit about educational outreach on what this planning does, what the planning process is and what it's not. And when we talked about our role of influencing permitting entities, maybe we have a role of explaining what our plan is and what it's not, and maybe avoiding some of the getting wrapped up in how people interpret our plan and then us taking responsibility for that interpretation, and like Ryan was saying, people making decisions based on the plan that may or may not be appropriate. And maybe we have a role to just try to help explain to permitting entities what being in the plan means and what it maybe doesn't mean.
And I think that's a good, I mean, you're adding another item that maybe would be really good for us to, even as a group, to have a conversation at our next meeting about what do we think the plan is versus what the plan is not. Have we done that with all the, because we have new members, we have people that have started from the very beginning and people that have joined in later. And you can see different opinions here about what people believe the plan is and what it isn't. Do y'all think that would be helpful to maybe at least talk about?
I told you the interview, I was gonna start asking dumber questions, but it's because, and one of the difficulties I would say from those of us who cover interest groups that are it makes it even harder. Everything we just talked about here is how I have a voice here at all. You just talked about, Greg, that you know, you're right. I guess I should try to get more involved in these meetings from that perspective. But as a member of the board, then, if I can't make considerations on these plans based on the information we're getting about how it might impact the environment, it leaves me kind of feeling very, you know, like that I just have very little voice here as far as this interest group. And if that's not the case, I'd like to hear someone explain how that's different. So I think it's somewhere in the middle. I get what you're saying, Con, about the fact that we are a planning group. But two, for those of us that are interest groups like Ag and others, in which I guess it's just the question I have is then how do I best serve my interest group when it sounds like at some point I'm getting told that, but we don't have, that shouldn't be considered in some of this. Does that make sense? I mean, I know it's looked at in the studies and all of that, and that's how my job is to make sure maybe we're looking at all the right environmental variables and threats. But I guess my point is that sometimes it leaves me, the discussion today is leaving me feeling like then what influence or what should I be bringing up to, or questions should I be bringing up that would serve my interest group? Did that make any sense?
Can a lot of that be answered in prioritizing something? I mean, the way we prioritize the projects seems to me like if something.
Back to Diane's standard issue, is that what you're saying? That would go into the prioritization?
But the only thing about the prioritization is it only matters 1/11 once it gets to the Texas Water Development Board.
Oh, I know.
You're right, the prioritization that we do here as a group, it's only 1/11 of their procedure. So it's really kind of like, does it really weigh anything in it when they make the final decision anyway? So that's why that prioritization, in my book, it really, yes, we've got input in it, but how much are they really listening to us? And so I want to bring that up earlier because we were on that.
But is he talking about prioritization or where the project falls within it? Is it recommended, alternative? I mean, I think both of them are important. I think we probably have more influence in the funding strategy where it falls in the plan, whether it's recommended, alternative, or needs further study. The prioritization process is very minimal in the overall ranking of the projects for funding purposes. Yes, I agree with that. Con?
Adam, I think, is exactly right. We need to take our show on the road and tell the public what we are and what we aren't. But it was my opinion that that is the whole purpose of defining what we are and what we aren't by going through this 2021 plan enhancement process. And when we get through that and we have this list of whatever guidelines or whatever they are, that's what we take out to the public. And that's what we use at the end of this cycle to respond to the public during the public comment period. As for Eliana's point as to the role of each stakeholder around this table, I think it is primarily to speak, to represent your interests as we evaluate each and every one of our water management strategies. Everybody has a voice, and you answered your own question. Are we looking at everything that an environmentalist thinks we should be looking at, for example, or an ag person thinks we should be looking at? That's, I think, our primary role as we go through this thing.
Suzanne?
Yes.
I think what we're trying to do is find a middle road here, because we are not a regulatory agency. But yes, we do have responsibility to environmental, ag, basin estuaries, et cetera, And so I think, Con, you sort of touched on the fact that in these evaluations, they need to be written evaluations and become part and parcel of the strategy itself, so that they're at least put in front of the project provider, they're put in front of TWDB and the public. I think all of these concerns need to be written as part of the strategy, not as a yes or no, but as a information.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I just wrote that down. Okay, anything else on this? Why don't you recap real quick, Linda, what we've got, and then we've got a lot to work with here on trying to.
So, the regional plans have been quoted in permitting issues and out in lawsuits. That's a concern. Sometimes we want us to make decisions to get the local cover, that these decisions often are made at the local level and outside of our control to the permit. Our WPG have no role, right, or responsibility to influence permitting. The permitting entities want the planning group to be the stakeholder in the GMA process, and that those are river authorities, environmental groups, et cetera. There are permitting entities that require to be in a plan to get the permit, to review to see if it is, but if it isn't required. It's just something that they look to see if it's there or not. That there's an where there's an over-allocation of resources, that may be a different situation. Where does this decision to consider more explanation or not come into this? The decision about studying more as a regular project, or the third alternative,
Needs further study.
To be careful about wording that you don't have influence, and that the TCEQ asks for it in the plan, if that's an indirect influence with a scorecard, if that's different from what y'all are talking about. And that you want to avoid getting into a situation where the planning group is accused of a taking. And then you don't want to get into the role of regulatory agency is not a planning approach. If we don't put a project in the plan, then it isn't open to permitting, and that locally is the where the regulatory agency is. We're identifying projects that meet a need. We want to encourage a project to be in the plan and make it possible. There may be local landowners who want to sell their water, that you're supposed to facilitate planning and it's becoming obstructionist instead, especially with the SWIFT funding, and we need to remember our original purpose. That you have to have standards and limitations, that the decisions will be made that will influence, those decisions that will be made will influence permitting. There were questions where we had projects with a zero yield. You need a viable alternative to the projects that don't get permits. Maybe the role is to explain what our plan is and what being in the plan means or doesn't mean, and have that discussion at the next meeting. And then as the interest groups representatives, that their role is to say, how do I best serve my interest group? No, I'm sorry. The question from the interest group representatives was, how do I best serve my interest group when I'm told it shouldn't have any influence? What questions can I ask to get at the impact? And then how much attention does the water board even pay to the prioritization? That there's probably more influence on that on the funding, and that this clarification process that we're having now is what needs to go to the public, and that the interest groups speak to the issues that they have as the project is being discussed and considered. And that what we're looking for is to find a middle road between regulatory and the interest groups, and that if one way to get it, that might be to have written reasons or concerns as part of the strategy in the plan.
Yeah, I think he said, yeah, the evaluations by each of the interest groups.
Okay.
Is that what you were getting to, Art? If there was an environmental assessment or an ag assessment or something, it needs to be more articulated in the strategy.
That's correct.
Okay. Yes.
Just one of the issues, according to what you were talking about, Eliana, I think there's no water management strategies for environment. You know, it's all these other things are trying to provide water for a particular entity, but I think where it feels a little bit shortchanged is with the environment. And the same way with landowners that may just want to keep what they have. And you know, there's all these strategies for coming and moving groundwater to different places, but that's fine if the landowners want to sell out, but the ones that are going to stay, there's no water management strategy for them. They have to take the lower water levels. So I think these are all concerns that don't really fit into the plan very well.
Now, I thought that in the environmental assessments that are done on projects now, we have to look at e-flow issues and those sorts of things, don't we? Is that part of the evaluation?
That's correct.
There's a lot of work to do on that in the next meeting.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Okay, this has been great. I mean, a lot of good discussion. We'll have to figure out if we can come up with a guiding principle from it all. But I think this has been really good to have this dialogue back and forth. We're getting a lot of good exchange between different folks, really seeing the concerns about this planning process and how we need to look at it.
Suzanne, I just want to say that while y'all are wording these summaries for the next meeting of what we discussed today, that every time you think about using words like should not, cannot influence, you are going to be setting up language that is going to make it very difficult later to make decisions about alternates and so on. If you use words like cannot influence, should not influence.
I disagree.
So do I.
We have some work to do. Okay, so next item is number 14, administrator update on interlocal agreement for funding the South Central Texas Regional Water Planning Group administrative costs for the 5th cycle of regional water planning. I believe, Cole, you're addressing this issue.
Yeah, so in your packet, I actually printed out separate drafts as well that actually have the contributors and the numbers, the figures, the rates of what the people are contributing right now. Those numbers aren't firm, they're just kind of estimates and ongoing negotiations. We filled tentatively 95% of the budget. Still waiting for more contributions to get the extra 5%. There's a few more folks that I talked to yesterday, so we're still in that, we're still moving towards that 100%. Hoping to come up to this group in November with the final draft. And I'll be communicating with those signatories between now and then. Hopefully have an approved ILA that we can come forward to you with. If there's any folks who haven't, who haven't committed to contributing and want to, please email me, call me. We're still trying to fulfill that extra 5%. So, and there's room to shuffle some of this fund around as well. So make things a little bit more equitable for certain parties. So that's all I have.
But you have to bring this back for next month? I mean, next month
Yeah, I
meeting?
mean, it goes into effect January 1, 2017. So while we don't really need a planning group action on it, because this is the state ILA, it's not, well, it's for planning purposes between the signatories of that contract. So I'll bring it to November meeting. I'm hoping to have it complete before then. Ultimately, our deadline is January 1. That's the very last. I mean, that's whenever this current budget is no longer in existence. So we need it for the first quarter of next calendar year.
Cole, do you offhand know the amount rather than the percentage that that you're missing?
Not offhand, it's 58,000. So
Total?
That's the budget we're working with right now. So it'll be whatever the equivalent.
5% of that.
But Diane, that budget can vary from year to year. That's why we try to go on a percentage. Some of the folks say, well, I'll do 2%, not to exceed.
Okay.
Or some just want to do a flat amount. We'll work with all of that. But it's set up to where the budget does fluctuate from year to year.
It's a cap. So what's actually billed, retroactively billed to the contributors for what was actually spent during that quarter, not the full, $58,000 or, so you're only billed if you're contributing, you're only billed retroactively for the previous quarter of what was actually spent.
If I may, we're fine, EA is fine with paying 28%, but if between now and November, that number came down, it wouldn't hurt my feelings.
Same with my 1%.
Okay, well, y'all try to respond to Cole because we do need to wrap this up. It's important, so. Okay, agenda items for the next Regional meeting. Obviously, we have our guiding principles that we're still working on, and we'll bring back, and y'all will see some versions of what we're working on prior to the next meeting. Then the items that are coming up for the next round of these plan enhancements discussions. And I guess I'd just like to get some clarification then. Do we want to talk about the standards that Diane brought up as part of the item that is on the November meeting? Do we want to start that conversation then? About the standards that we as a planning group would like to consider in our evaluations of different strategies. We want to start talking about that next month.
Well, I think that is part of the guiding principles, because how would you do long-term sustainability discussion without discussing that?
I just want to clarify to make sure that we've got understanding about that.
Well, I'm thinking, I agree with Diane, that's an ambitious schedule for the next November. I'm wondering if.
We may need to pull some down to the next time.
I think so.
Or
I think
could-
it needs to be talked about.
As we go through all of the others, many of them might help inform that conversation if we did it at the end, because what got left out or what didn't get resolved, right? Because there's an other, isn't there?
Yep.
Oh, that's other date.
Well, I mean, it may be good to start talking about it now. We may not come to a full resolution of it, table it, go through some of these other issues, and then this is one of those guiding principles that we may decide that we're not going to keep it closed. we may keep it open as these standards address. But I do think it's important for us to, because we, as Diane, I think both, I mean, we're seeing different views here, and I think it's important that we try to find something that we can all agree on as we go forward with this strategy assessment. At least whatever we're going to be looking at, whatever those standards are going to be, I think it'd be important. Okay, so we'll readjust that schedule going forward. All right, and then the A&M Institute for Renewable Natural Resources. Steve, Robbie, can you remind me about what that was?
I believe that was.
Blair's.
I'm sorry?
That came out of the discussion in May, whenever we met.
Okay.
To look at the changes in land use in Region L.
Oh, okay.
Fragmentation, conversion, and what the implications are for water and wildlife. It's a longitudinal database that IRNR's been keeping for about the last 20 years.
Oh, I remember
So
that.
it can give us the trends, and they've now started to map population projections with the trends that they've been seeing for the last 20 years. And so it would be an interesting, I think, look at some of the dynamics in Region L.
So do we need to reach out to Roel Lopez for that?
Yeah. In fact, I have a call with him before. I'm happy to, if you want me to just put it on his radar, and then y'all can
Do
follow
that.
up with him. Okay.
And then we need to put the county's nomination back on.
Oh, yeah.
Regarding that, do we need to take an action to say, to give direction for that posting, or was what we did earlier fine?
Well, I assume that was in the direction that.
It was, I just didn't know if you needed a specific action for that, action to the administrator to be able to post for that nomination. Is that, I know we've done those actions in the past specifically. Do you need it for this?
Well, I thought we got it.
I know, I just want to make sure that what you got filled whatever need was necessary. Okay.
I'm interpreting that.
Great. Just want to make sure. I don't
If
want to.
needs another separate action, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, if you feel you've got what you need, that's fine. The other thing that I was wondering too, as we're having the tour in September, is that considered, do we post that as a meeting of the planning group? Do we have a requirement to post that as an open meeting of the planning group, the tour?
Yeah,
You got
I wasn't planning.
I'm just asking if
If there's
it's
16 of them.
based on Open Meetings Act or whatever, I don't know if that dictates what we do, is that a requirement?
It's a cover your butt.
Do we know?
We wouldn't be able to take any action.
We're not taking any action.
I don't even know if we'll have a quorum.
I just know sometimes when in other entities that the Open Meetings Act dictates, even though you're not taking action, if you're together and you're having a conversation as a quorum of a group that could have policy implications,
Yeah, I'll look into that.
sometimes you have to post those, and I just don't know in this case.
I'll look into that to see if we need to post beforehand, but I don't think we need an action.
I'm sorry.
I'll look into that,
Okay.
between now and then to see if we need to post a notice. But as far as now, I don't think we need to take action to post a notice.
Are we putting on for the tour, or we've been invited to join?
Well, I mean, it was discussed here at the planning group as a tour for the planning group purposes. So, listen, we can do whatever. I just don't want to be in violation or cause any issues. I mean, so you do whatever's right, and I just bring it up. So, whatever is right. I guess, as in my River Authority role, we are always worried about these kinds of things because you can get yourself in an open meetings violation unknowingly, and we're not taking any actions on anything, but again, I just want to make sure that we're okay. If we're seeing it as a social event, then maybe we don't need to worry about it, but if we're going to be talking about policy issues or those kinds of things as a group, we are influencing each other in a quorum situation.
Well, I don't think it's a water supply issue, I'll say that much.
Okay, any other public comment from anybody? Thank you all for giving a little bit more time today. We really appreciate it. It was a great conversation. We're adjourned. Thanks.
September 29th.
I think we're considered one of the great
Our representative. Very nice, good to meet you. You don't have a name tag. Tell me your name.